Chapter 1486. Lu Xiaoyi used his virtuous Dao realm to secretly spread this news to the souls in the Eternal River. Whether or not they were cultivators' souls was very important. The souls of ordinary cultivators were very picky about who could control the Eternal River scroll. This type of pickiness was not based on the level of cultivation, but on the social class one was born into. To put it bluntly, the family you were born into would forever determine your social status. Even if you were very capable, very rich, and could cultivate, you still couldn't escape from this vicious cycle of discrimination. The souls left behind in the sacred river after a cultivator's death could sense the realm and social status of the person who held the spiritual treasure, but mortal souls would not actively differentiate. Because they did not cultivate, when they bathed in the so-called sacred river after death, it was very difficult for them to have any complicated thoughts. When they were alive, they were enslaved, and when they died in the sacred river, they were still manipulated by others. This was their true situation. They did not have such thoughts, but it did not mean that they did not have the ability to do so. The social hierarchy was a supreme existence that was deeply engraved in their hearts. It would never be erased. Once it was awakened, it would explode with shocking combat power. Outside the Eternal River Scroll, their combat power was not worth mentioning, but inside the scroll, they were undead souls. When enough weak souls gathered together, they could unleash unimaginable power. The most important thing was that the only person who could restrain them, the scroll spirit, was not here. The Eternal River Scroll's rules were that the holder could restrain the scroll spirit, and the scroll spirit could restrain the billions of souls in the scroll. Now that the scroll spirit, who was in the middle position, had been taken away, there was a lot of room for imagination. Lu Xiaoyi had done something naughty. He had deceived and spread the news of Bo Huazo's identity as a lowly commoner. He was not completely sure. In fact, he was not clear about the social hierarchy of the Hung River realm. All he had to do was faintly mention it, and the high-class souls would naturally differentiate between them, and they would immediately discover the secret. A lowly commoner could cultivate. He was doing even better than them, the high-class souls. How could this be tolerated? The change had begun in silence. In the beginning of the competition, Bo Huazo leisurely looked at the Daoist beside him who was struggling to keep up with his pace, just to spew a few words of trash. This person was really born with a sharp tongue. It was as if he wanted to take advantage of others with his mouth at every moment. It was as if he couldn't live without taking advantage of others. He allowed this Daoist to spout nonsense. Firstly, his mouth could not keep up. Secondly, he would widen the distance between them step by step during the long journey. This foul-mouthed Daoist could only look at his back in despair, unable to find a target to spout nonsense to. This was the best way to take revenge on people with foul mouths. He almost did it. When they reached about 30% of the Eternal River, the gap between the two of them began to widen. Bo Huazo was very surprised at this Daoist's super-strong mental strength. In his mind, a normal Yin master would be left behind if they couldn't reach 10% of the Eternal River. However, this guy actually managed to reach 30% of the Eternal River. From this, one could see how tough his mental strength was. If the two of them were to fight in the outside universe, he might not necessarily have the upper hand in terms of mental strength. This made him a little apprehensive. Peacock's relatives were indeed extraordinary. If they were to really fight, even though he was in the primordial divinity realm, it would not be easy for him. It also depended on the methods of the other party. But here, in the Eternal River, he would definitely win. As expected, when they reached about 30% of the distance, the gap between the two of them began to widen. The Daoist cursed loudly, but to Bo Huazo's ears, it was incomparably painful. This was because this hysteria was expanding in the Daoist's despair. In the cultivation world, what was the use of cursing? Until the Daoist's figure could no longer be seen, and he could no longer hear his crazy curses. One of them was finished, and now there were only two left. It shouldn't take too long. At this moment, he felt that something was wrong with him. It seemed that the number of souls in his body had increased, and they were more malicious. Moreover, this situation continued to expand, becoming more and more serious. Yin Master, Primordial Divinity, Yang Master. These three types of mental strength behaved very differently in the eternal river. Among them, the primordial divinity had the least attraction to the soul. However, the current situation had somewhat exceeded his understanding of this acquired spiritual treasure. This was not his spirit treasure, but it was sent by the master of this mission. Because many of his fellow disciples with a higher social status were unwilling to come and deal with the ever-changing demonic beasts, in the end, this mission fell on him. He was not familiar with the eternal river scroll spirit, and he was very clear that these high-level souls might not take him seriously. That was why he purposely sent the scroll spirit away. This was his little thought. He was afraid that these fellows who valued social status above everything else would cause trouble for him during the mission. However, the current situation puzzled him. He had never thought that after the souls of the cultivators were taken away from the scroll, the sea of mortal souls would also cause harm to him. The harm was actually happening. It was not an instinctive attachment to the cultivator's spiritual body, but a conscious and purposeful hatred. It was the disdain and anger of the higher class towards the lower class. His roots, his real identity in the Hung River boundary, how was it discovered? It was impossible. Mortal souls would not have such awareness. The two peacocks and the daoist had only met for the first time. It seemed impossible. Where did the problem come from? More and more souls took the initiative to pounce on him, especially the souls of those with high surnames. Under their lead, the sea of lowly souls who had long been used to being enslaved also followed behind their former masters. They spared no effort to perform, just to be able to rise to a higher level after reincarnation. The unique structure of society in the Hung River realm meant that this kind of thing was not new. This was something that would never happen in other realms. How could mortals be dissatisfied with true cultivators, look down on them, and be filled with hatred? However, in the Hung River boundary, all of this happened naturally. Because here, social status was above everything, even higher than cultivators and mortals. Behizo felt helpless. He knew too well how terrifying the souls in the eternal river scroll were. They could not be destroyed at all. The more they struggled, the worse it would be, just like the two peacock young gods in front of him. Around his spiritual body, the souls were still gathering in large numbers. When this kind of news gradually spread, it had a certain audience, and the speed of its spread began to exponentially increase. Previously, it was a small stream, then a large river. Now, it had become a vast ocean that covered the sky and covered the earth. All the souls that pounced on him had the same consciousness. How could a lowly commoner like you have the right to do whatever you want in the eternal river? Without the scroll spirit controlling it, the eternal river scroll began to lose control. This was the instinct of countless souls. It was their self-indulgence because they were the unique people of the Hung River boundary. Chapter 1487. Bohol's primordial spirit swelled like a bubble. The demonic beasts outside were baffled. In fact, after such a long time, Yanjun, Kong Li, and some other discerning great demons could roughly see the truth of the eternal river. There were countless souls in it, which was the main culprit behind the two peacock young gods swimming slower and slower. But the problem was, as the owner of the eternal river, how did Bohol's primordial spirit swell up? People said that to kill 1,000 enemies, you would lose 800 of your own, but he lost 2,000 of his own. Among the four spiritual bodies, Lu Xiaoyi, who was swimming at the back, didn't seem so bloated. What's going on? Kong Li was very puzzled, but that didn't mean that the young gods didn't have her sharp eyes. The primordial spirit is the key. I guess that everything that happened in the eternal river is related to the primordial spirit being pulled out. We have to stop it, we can't let it go back on its own. Yanjun nodded in agreement. I've already cast the wild goose fog technique around the primordial spirit. It can't go back. But it's very strange. It can clearly see that its host cultivator might be in trouble, but it doesn't seem to want to go back. It just symbolically broke through and didn't try again. It's really a strange domain. The people are strange, and the spiritual treasures are also strange. But I'm not surprised by this result. With this guy inside, how can it be normal? There will definitely be something fishy going on. The two peacock young gods had no idea what was going on behind them. Only one person had a thorough understanding of what was going on behind them. Lu Xiaoyi leisurely swam forward, and as expected, he saw a huge blob of mental expansion in front of him. It was so big that it took up almost 30% of the river. With such a size, it would be difficult for it to float in the eternal river. He came to the side of the unlucky Hung River cultivator and said in surprise, "Fellow Daoist, why are you swollen? Just like a spongy sponge? Could it be that there are too many spiritual bodies of the opposite sex in the eternal river, so you can't help it?" Bohol gritted his teeth. "Evil Dao. What did you do? Such a despicable method. You're ashamed of your Daoist ancestors." Lu Xiaoyi laughed. As expected, as expected. It's all ancestral. Speaking of which, your mentality is very wrong. Only you can win. If someone else wins, it's because they used tricks. You've been doing this ever since you entered the Eternal River Scroll. What did I say? Is this how the cultivators of the Hung River realm mingle in the outside world? Behizo threatened, "Fellow Daoist, you have a huge grudge with the cultivators of the Hung River realm. Don't think that I can't catch you just because the universe is big. In the origin world, our Hung River sect's influence is much greater than you can imagine." Lu Xiaoyi didn't care at all. He deliberately tried to seduce her. "So what? As long as I'm full, the whole family won't be hungry. Once in the universe, you'll find a hammer. I have a backer too, and it's also a great power of a major domain. The heavens are high, and the emperor is far away. What can you do to me?" The soul became more and more ferocious. The worst thing was that Lu Xiaoyi didn't care about his own body and started to use his own mind to invade Behizo's mind. A yin spirit body invading a primordial spirit body was very inconceivable. In the outside world, there were bodies, artifacts, and all kinds of spells. It wasn't that a yin spirit true monarch couldn't threaten a primordial spirit body. However, on the spiritual level, it was basically impossible for a yin spirit body to destroy a primordial spirit body. That was a realm suppression. But in this place, Lu Xiaoyi had trillions of helpers. For every bit of his soul that he destroyed, the souls of the mortals that were as ferocious as wolves and tigers would grow stronger. This time, it wasn't just a matter of how fast they swam. It had become a matter of life and death. Lu Xiaoyi sent out a message again. He vaguely said that as long as they completely devoured this cultivator's mind, every mortal soul here would be able to reincarnate faster. Under such temptation, countless mortal souls started to go berserk. To them, even if a primordial spirit body was a cultivator's, so what if they devoured it? The situation was getting more and more dangerous for Behizo. He had to fight for his survival now. What made him even more desperate was that he didn't even know how to fight. His divine sense went straight to evil beside him. "We're just competing in speed, not life and death. Fellow Daoist, aren't you afraid of harming the harmony of the world by attacking so viciously?" Lu Xiaoyi said seriously, "There's one thing that you people of Hung River tribe must understand. There's a price to pay for showing off. No one will spoil your bad habit. You have to see clearly who you're teasing. You can tease kittens and puppies if you want, but if your opponent is strong enough, you'd better tie up your damned ADHD hands. It's very dangerous to reach out blindly. If others ignore you, you'll continue. If you touch something soft, you'll pinch it. This habit has to be changed. What's a competition in speed? I don't have this habit. If you dare to show off in front of me, you'll have to bear the consequences of being killed by me. Swim. Swim my ass. I don't swim. I only know how to drown people. If they drown to death, I'll naturally win. Is this logic very difficult to understand?" Behizo was swept up in a frenzy. He finally understood that this person not only had a foul mouth, but his hands were also black and his heart was even more ruthless. They didn't know each other, but he was gambling on behalf of someone else. He defined his actions as a matter of life and death. If all the people in the cultivation world were like him, how many were left? Feeling his opponent's powerful spiritual invasion, he knew that he had reached the final moment. These souls of Hung River tribe's mortals wouldn't betray evil because he wasn't from Hung River tribe. There was no difference in social class. Their only target was him. Although he was born lowly, He had outstanding talent and was lucky enough to walk on the path of cultivation. Under such a spiritual attack, even if he was a primordial spirit, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. He didn't have any specific techniques to deal with it because he was only a spiritual body now. Any movement would make those mortals' souls even crazier. For his life, he could only use his final threat. Believe me, you can't escape. The eternal river will never be destroyed. Everything here will be transmitted back to my sect. You and your sect will be faced with countless troubles. All kinds of orthodoxies, all kinds of races. No matter how far it is the fifth ring far? We can still find you. There are also enemies you've never seen before. Zerg, the winged man. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Just this one sentence alone was enough to deduce a lot of things. He could even dispatch Zerg. The winged man. He didn't relax his spiritual invasion at all. He chuckled. Anything else? Let me hear it. Behizo didn't delve deeper. He deeply felt the threat of death and changed his method. I'm just a lowly commoner. I'm the one with the least status in the Hung River tribe. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? If you're willing to let go, I can swear that whatever happens in the Eternal River Scroll today won't be heard by a second person. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. You still know that you're a lowly commoner? Do you know why I'm scolding you? Since you've already become a monarch, and your clansmen are still living in the abyss of suffering, just based on this point, it's not a waste to be cursed. You deserve to die not because you're a lowly commoner, but because you're willing to be lowly. Chapter 1488. Under the gaze of thousands of demonic beasts, Bohuazo's spiritual body began to turn illusory and was no longer solid. This meant that his spiritual power was going downhill. This meant death. It was only at this moment that the scroll spirit began to struggle violently. It was one thing to give this lowly commoner a hard time, but it was another thing to let him die. However, with Yanjun and Kong Li, two top demonic beasts at the young spirit level, there was no way it could break out of the encirclement. It was just a young spirit-acquired spiritual treasure. Moreover, most of the demonic beasts were not on its side this time. Extracting the scroll spirit was the idea of the Henghe man. Why? Now that it was about to die, it wanted to shrink its head and deny it. Demonic beasts loved to watch deathmatch. Although it was not very exciting, it was still better than a normal battle. Gradually, the relaxed atmosphere turned serious, and then a chill enveloped his entire body. Demonic beasts were used to seeing blood and punches, so they looked down on humans scratching and scratching. Even if the demonic beasts' battle records were far inferior to that of humans, they had always regarded their own fighting style as the true fighting style between males. However, in the Eternal River, they saw a different kind of fighting style. It was a way of mercilessly devouring the souls of cultivators. Although it was not bloody, it was even crueler and colder. The demonic beast's method was fast and violent. Blood filled the sky, and their shouts shook the heavens and earth. However, this kind of soul-devouring was silent. It was plundering strand by strand, just like the comparison between being cut in half and being dismembered. Bohuazo's spiritual body had expanded to a terrifying extent, almost blocking the entire river. However, compared to the size of the spiritual body, Bohuazo's primordial spirit at the core had been swallowed to the edge of danger. Not only was it as small as a human fist, but it was also extremely thin. He gathered the last of his strength and shouted with his soul, "Why? Why are you so ruthless?" Lu Xiaoyi was as cold as ever. "Are you eating with your right hand? Then, what are you doing with your left hand?" Bohuazo could not think of how his situation was related to this ordinary life problem. "My left hand is unclean, so." Lu Xiaoyi slammed his spirit upwards. "So, you deserve to die." When Bohuazo's spirit was devoured by the billions of souls in the Eternal River, Lu Xiaoyi found that his situation was not good. Because he was too close, he was suspected of being caught in the crossfire. Even if he was a powerful primordial spirit cultivator with extremely powerful spiritual energy, it was still a drop in the ocean when faced with the billions of souls in the Henghe realm. The competition was not over yet, because the ghost had set the ending condition for the long river swim to be that one person would be the last to finish the swim. He had not expected that someone would die in the middle. His thinking was too. No wonder he would die in his own spiritual body. Lu Xiaoyi was unlikely to compete for the first place, and it was meaningless. As long as one of the two peacock young gods went out, all he needed to do was wait quietly. But now, the wait was fraught with danger. That was because the countless souls around were still in a state of savagery and couldn't calm down on their own. Once the restlessness began, it was as if the demons that had been hiding in their hearts for a long time had been awakened. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoyi wasn't from the Hung River realm. If he was, then no matter what social class he was from, unless it was the noblest class, he would be devoured by these souls that were on the verge of losing control without leaving anything behind. However, Yanjun and Kong Li were still doing their duty. They refused to let Huan Ling go back to preside over the long scroll. They were afraid that if something went wrong, the people of Henghe River would refuse to admit their mistakes. They had to wait for Peacock Sun's spirit to wander to the end of the duel. Lu Xiaoyi realized that he was in danger. The problem was that he couldn't run fast enough. He could only. There are actually many other ways to cross the social hierarchy. You don't have to wait for reincarnation. Now, let me tell you a story. There are two main characters in the story, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang. He tried to tell it as vividly and in detail as possible, and he even added some detail. Because he didn't know when the two Peacock Sun's spirit would be able to swim out. Now it seemed that it was impossible to reach a fast speed with the help of these endless souls. But no matter how long the story was, there would be a time when it was finished. If too much information was added, it would become bloated and affect the overall interest and provocation of the story. However, the two peacocks were not finished yet. He had to start telling a new story because the soul's interest had been aroused. Moreover, they seemed to be dissatisfied with the tragic ending. What I just said represented a kind of spirit. It doesn't mean that it will definitely fail. I'm telling it to you so that you know the meaning of resistance. Next, let's tell you the story of Grandpa Liu Bang. This story was much longer. With many tragic heroes as a foil, the main character's image was very full and wise. The result was a happy ending for everyone, but the souls were still not satisfied. This was because the main character was already 54 years old when he succeeded. It seemed like he could not enjoy anything anymore. Why were they so picky? The two peacocks weren't very helpful, so Lu Xiaoyi had no choice but to waste his breath. Now, Big Brother Zhu Yuanzhong has made his grand entrance. This is a powerful person who ascended the throne at the age of 40. Big Brother Zhu didn't even finish half of the story when the Eternal River suddenly collapsed. Lu Xiaoyi was thrown out of the acquired spiritual treasure, and Kongxi was the first to rush out of the Eternal River, completing the setting of the bet between Bohezol and himself. Among the demonic beasts, other than the roe deer race and their allies, the rest of the demonic beasts calmly accepted this result. This was the good thing about demonic beasts. Although they were brave and ruthless, they were willing to admit defeat and never acted shamelessly. Once the result was out, Yanjun and Kong Li withdrew their control over the spirit. With a flash, the spirit disappeared into the long scroll of the Eternal River. With another sweep, it wanted to sweep up Bohezuo's corporeal body. However, its movements weren't as fast as Yanjun's fog, and it swept up nothing. This spiritual treasure was also very clever. It knew that it couldn't be impudent in the beast territory, and since it had lost its controller, it could only resign itself to its fate. The entire Eternal River flashed a few times in the starry sky and disappeared. This kind of treasure couldn't be held because its roots were in the Hung River boundary, in the true mother stream of the Hung River boundary. There was no power in this world that could stop its return. At the very least, the young spirit demonic beasts present couldn't. The roe deer race left resentfully. They couldn't fight or even question, because they had tacitly agreed to let the Hung River human cultivators do it. If they fought now, it wouldn't be a problem of whether they could establish a foothold in this space, but a problem of whether they could establish a foothold in the beast territory. These Hung River people were too weak. Chapter 1489. Lu Xiaoyi walked over as if nothing had happened. Yanjun and the three peacock young gods surrounded him. Yanjun was very anxious. Yijuan, why did you kill him? Lu Xiaoyi spread his hands. If I didn't kill him, would I have raised him for the new year? Besides, it wasn't me who killed him. It was the billions of reincarnated souls of the Hung River realm. It was the result of the internal conflict of the Hung River realm. I just, gave them some advice. He looked at the young gods and comforted them. Don't worry. Orthodoxes like the Hung River realm only remember to kill but not to be beaten. The more you beat them, the thicker their skin will become. They will think that you don't dare to kill them. Even if you killed him, believe it or not, the news in the Hung River realm will be that the cultivators of the Hung River realm showed their power in the beast territory and killed many people and beasts before dying bravely in battle. They will be very good at comforting themselves. Don't worry. The next time they come to the beast territory, they will know how to tuck their tails between their legs. Seeing the young gods pondering, he said seriously, the universe is chaotic. We can't show weakness to others. We have to show our toughness on certain occasions. Otherwise, people will take a mile after taking an inch. Different times should have different attitudes. The current era is not the era of cowardice. The three peacock young gods lowered their noble peacock heads. Yanjun was also very depressed. He still didn't understand the relationship between this daoist and the Green Peacock clan. Kong Li also didn't mention it, which made him very suspicious. The demonic beasts had left, but here they met happily. Kong Shi smiled. The Green Peacock clan is not afraid of revenge. The beast territory is not a place where anyone can come and dominate. It's useless if there are too few of them. If there are too many of them, we can just use guerrilla warfare. Most demonic beasts don't have a fixed residence. Who can we attack? I actually hope that the Hung River realm will do this and reunite the beast territory, but I don't think they will have any reaction to this. Although we haven't been to the Hung River realm, after so many years of living together, we always feel that the Hung River realm is scheming something. Before their true intentions are revealed, they won't easily make a move against the beast territory. There's no profit to be made, and they won't gain any fame. Instead, they'll only make the demon beasts of the origin world work together against a common enemy. Why bother? Lu Xiaoyi sighed in his heart. Sure enough, the young spirit was not given in vain. Even if he did not have much contact with the outside world, he could still keenly perceive some things. Haven't you all thought of going to Henghe realm to take a look? Kong Shi shook her head. In the past, I didn't go because I subconsciously felt uncomfortable with this world. This is the intuition of us demonic beasts. This time, after entering the Eternal River, I directly gave up on this idea. However, if fellow Daoist requests us to do something there, we will not refuse. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, what do I need you to do? Lords of Kong are too polite. You don't have to go, and I won't go either. I don't want to be stained with filth. Now that I've come out, even though it's my spiritual body that has entered, I can't help but feel the stench of a corpse on my body. The two peacock young gods who had been inside felt the same way. That kind of feeling could not be understood without personal experience. It was beyond normal knowledge. Why are the people of Henghe obsessed with the peacock feather? Do you all have any guesses about the purpose? Playing with the peacock feather in his hand, Lu Xiaoyi was very curious about the purpose of the people of Henghe realm. Although it was his first time coming in contact with it, he felt that this realm was most likely related to the attack on the fifth ring. There was no direct evidence, only a few words from the cultivator of Henghe realm. There were also some specious things. He would not put in the effort to investigate. He had long passed the childish obsession of Jin Dan. He had his suspicions. This was enough. How many groundless crimes were there in the cultivation world? Kong Shi sorted out her thoughts. The peacock feather is the most precious treasure of our race. It is impossible to give it to outsiders so easily. The one we gave them is only a high-quality imitation. We made it very clear at the beginning. This peacock feather has many uses, but I don't think they will use the peacock feather in a personal battle. In such a big realm, how can it be short of a spiritual treasure? So the most likely possibility is that the peacock feather has a very heaven-defying and mysterious function. It can, to a certain extent, confuse the direction of a realm's fate. The people of Henghe realm must have thought of this because they have heard of the peacock feather's magic. But a high-quality imitation is not a saucebox, and its effect is much worse. They thought that the difference was not big, but in the end, there was a difference. This time, they invited us not because they wanted us to control the imitation, but because they wanted us to use the real thing. I don't know what direction of Henghe realm's fate they want to hide. In the past few hundred years, we haven't heard of any big movements from them. Lu Xiaoyi felt something in his heart, but he did not say anything. There was no need to spread this kind of thing. It was fine as long as they knew about it. There was no need to rush. In this big battle, everyone had thrown their arms around, but in the end, they realized that this was just a warm-up. In the cultivation world, winning or losing was not important. What was important was that you were still standing. Kong Li interrupted, "If Yi Jun is interested, why don't you take this peacock feather and play with it? At the same time, you can help us see how the Henghe realm uses it. You humans are better at these things. Later, we will reveal the core secrets of the peacock feather. With Yi Jun's ability to obtain 7 rays of light, you won't disgrace this treasure." Lu Xiaoyi declined. "I don't care about treasures. I think it's better to leave such a precious item with the Peacock clan." Kong Shi continued, "Yi Jun, please don't decline. There is a strange thing about the Peacock clan's saucebox. It repels each other, even if it's the real thing and the imitation. Now that we think about it, we didn't consider carefully when we refined this imitation, and we don't want to destroy it. After all, it's a waste of effort. Why don't Yi Jun take it away? Our Peacock clan will never refine such an imitation again. It will ruin the saucebox's power." Lu Xiaoyi chatted happily with the Peacock clan and the Swan Goose clan, but no one asked him about the origin of his relatives. They were all great cultivators, and they understood the right and wrong of human relationships very well. They knew that these kinds of private matters could not be asked unless the person involved brought it up. The swan geese did not ask because this daoist was not their relative, and the peacocks did not ask because they did not dare to pry into the ancestors' privacy. After a few days, the two parties reluctantly parted ways. The Peacock clan had to deal with the aftermath of the beast territory. They had also realized that some of the beasts had an unsettling tendency during this beast gathering, and they needed to come up with countermeasures as the leaders of the beasts. The universe was in chaos, but their clan could not fall into chaos. Otherwise, they would be courting death. Lu Xiaoyi and the Swan Goose clan continued their journey. After flying for a short distance, Goose Lord could not hold it in any longer. "Yi Jun, what do you want the Henghe realm person's corpse for? Are you interested in pickling it for a specimen?" Chapter 1490. When a human cultivator kills someone, looting the corpse is the right of the victor. What's so strange about that? Come. Take out all of this guy's treasures. I heard that the Great Geese race has special spatial abilities. Why don't you show it to me today? After hearing Lu Xiaoyi's words, the Great Geese could only nod helplessly. They had used him for nothing, and now he was asking them to do their best. It was fair and reasonable. This kid really did not want to suffer any losses. The two top existences among the immemorial sacred beasts, the Phoenix and the Great Rock, both had Dao realm talent. Other immemorial beasts usually had their own special abilities. Those with Dao realm talent were rarer. Most of them were still at the acquired Great Dao, or had only dabbled in the innate Great Dao. However, the Phoenix and the Great Rock were different. Their Dao realm talent was the best, and they had the right to fuse their Great Dao. They were the only two immemorial beasts who had this right. Of course, whether they could fuse their Great Dao would depend on their strength against humans. That was another matter. At the very least, the Phoenix and the Great Rock had this right. Other immemorial beasts did not even have this right. The Phoenix's Dao realm talent was destiny. The Great Rock's Dao realm talent was chaos. Because they were good at chaos, the Great Rock was the race most compatible with the universe in the cultivation world of the universe. There was no other race. Of course, the chaotic ability could also be used in other areas. For example, the storage space in the storage ring. Bohuazo's corpse was brought out by Yanjun's wild goose mist. Every storage ring and item on his body was carefully inspected. Some storage spaces were not in the form of storage rings, but in different shapes and sizes. One would need to have a high level of spatial ability to identify them. One misconception was that one needed to be in the spatial Tao realm to crack the storage ring. This did not mean that this was wrong, but in reality, the chaotic ability was sometimes better than the chaotic ability in cracking space. The Great Geese King appeared to be very impatient, as if this kind of behavior was detrimental to its noble status. However, from the way it handled it, it was quite skilled. It was obvious that it had done this many times. There were no saints or sacred beasts in the cultivation world of the universe. The difficulty of survival always forced cultivators to try every role they wanted to play. It was not up to their will. Soon, piles of cultivation artifacts were displayed in front of everyone. None of them were jealous. They were all true monarchs, so they naturally understood that these human friends didn't want to rely on these things to make a fortune. They just wanted to discover something from them. As for what they wanted to discover, they didn't care. This was the filth between humans. Only a fool would get involved in it. Yang Jun dug through all the belongings of the Hung River sect cultivators. None of the space containers had exploded due to triggering restrictions. This was the power of the chaos. Of course, there was also the sophistication of the person who did it. Fortunately, although I haven't used it for many years, my craftsmanship hasn't returned to normal. Yang Jun mocked himself. Lu Xiaoyi didn't hold back at all. Come on, we're all friends. There's no need to hide it like this, right? You look like you're used to it. You haven't done it in years. Are you trying to fool a fool? He divided the items into several categories. There were miscellaneous items in the mortal world, spiritual vigor resources, artifacts and treasures, and finally, there were various jade slips that were worth investigating. The jade slips that a primordial soul cultivator carried with him were like a mobile Hung River sect. Many things could be discovered from them, as long as you were careful enough. There was a long time to pass. It was also interesting to study the history of the Hung River sect in their spare time. After putting away the items, everyone resumed their journey. The geese began to speed up. In the entire formation of the geese, there was a guy who wasn't big, but who was surrounded by 7-colored brilliance when he flew. He was especially eye-catching. Yes, the green peacocks fulfilled the request of this relative and put the most beautiful feathers on his fake wings. The geese that flew along the way were very depressed. The whole team's limelight had been stolen by a certain eccentric. The rest of the journey was very smooth. In this beast territory, the geese were considered the top existence. They were much more popular than the peacocks, so they were not disturbed. To Lu Xiaoyi, it was like a king patrolling his territory. Here, he made many demon friends. Of course, there were also many strange astronomical phenomena. More importantly, in traveling with the geese, he had a deep understanding of the Tao realm of chaos. In terms of learning, he was willing to be the disciple of any living being. In the Carnate Great Tao, Tai, Taichu, Taisha, Taisu, and then the chaotic universe. In other words, with the geese's ability, their natural Tao realm was actually the closest to the 5 Taisu. This would be of great help to Lu Xiaoyi in understanding the 5 Taisu. Why are there so few Tai fragments after the collapse of Tai? Why haven't I heard of them? Is there a special reason? This was a question that Lu Xiaoyi had always wanted to ask. The Goose King answered him, of course they exist. It's just that most cultivators can't sense them. The Carnate 5 Taisu, including the chaos, is the most primitive stage of the universe's formation. However, once these fragments fly into the universe, they will merge with the most primitive part of the universe. You can't see them or feel them because your understanding of the 5 Taisu is not deep enough. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. One day, when your understanding crosses a certain threshold, you will find that they may be right beside you. Among the 36 Carnate Great Taos, they are the hardest to find because they are a part of the universe. They are not like the other Great Tao fragments that are clearly separated in the void. This is why you haven't found the Tai fragments. Lu Xiaoyi understood a little. It was because the 5 Taisu fragments, and perhaps the chaos fragments, were not as conspicuous as the other great Tao fragments when they appeared in the universe. This was because they were a part of the universe. Have you ever seen a Tai fragment? The Goose King shook his head. I'm just unlucky. That's why I'm not fated with it. Also, we monsters don't need it. To us, instinct is the best. I'm just a great Goose King in the Chaos Tao realm. Isn't it unnecessary for you to make me experience the 5 Taisu? Not every person or demon beast had a need for grand Tao fragments like Lu Xiaoyi. To the vast majority of cultivators, they only needed to obtain the fragment that they needed the most. Who would bite off more than they could chew? It seemed that the threshold to merge the 5 Taisu fragments was very high. The key was that there were very few human cultivators who had studied the 5 Taisu. Therefore, there were very few rumors of similar fragments in the universe. Perhaps no one really searched for them. This was the current state of the collapse of the carnate Great Taos. There were those who fought for it, and there were those who threw it on the street and didn't want it. Chapter 1491. There would always be a day when a journey would come to an end. After experiencing the last strange celestial phenomenon in the beast territory, the flock of geese turned around and Lu Xiaoyi kept moving forward. The flock of geese continued to patrol the beast territory and Lu Xiaoyi still insisted on his journey. There was no farewell, nor was there any sadness. They were able to fly together because they shared similar interests and shared similar sentiments. The geese let out a long cry in unison while Lu Xiaoyi flapped his eye-catching wings. It was as if an airplane was bidding farewell to a train and going their separate ways. The beast territory had been very happy for more than 20 years. This was the cultivation in his heart. There were like-minded friends, unpredictable celestial phenomena, and the people of Henghe who could provide entertainment. This huge space was made up of several large plates. The beast territory was one, the several universes of Henghe realm were another, and the next one he was going to enter was another. It was still barren and still uninhabited. This was the world of the void beasts. Therefore, no matter how eye-catching it was, this pair of gorgeous wings pieced together by goose and peacock feathers could not be used. It was like a bright light in the dark night and would cause him endless trouble. Here, he found a weak positive and negative space wall and made a positioning. He entered the negative space and came back again. This was a necessary procedure. He would do this every few decades to ensure that he would not make a mistake at least in Darfar until he entered a space he had entered with the spirit treasure. The process was quite smooth. It was under control, and the direction was clear. Ever since he came out of Juzian, he had been flying in the void for 40 to 50 years. He had already flown the furthest distance he had ever flown. Every part of the universe that followed was unfamiliar and dangerous to him. After entering the level of Supreme, one's reliance on the coordinates was limited to determining one's location. In fact, for every young spirit, some primordial spirits that dabbled in a wide range of things, or a very abnormal yin spirit, as long as they could perceive the thin walls of the positive and negative space, they could rely on their own strength to travel back and forth. Lu Xiaoyi had been exploring the positive and negative space since the beginning of the Yuanying, and now he could barely travel between the positive and negative space freely. The premise was that he had to find the weak points. In this regard, he was definitely not as good as the young spirits. The specific performance was that he could find fewer points and had higher requirements. A few days later, the positioning was completed. On the way back, he followed his usual cautiousness and did not use the passage into the negative space. Instead, he used a passage that was slightly further away. It might be tens of thousands of miles away from the original location of the main world. This was his habit. When he was in Yuanying, it took him an hour to break through the barrier. Now that he was a supreme, this time had been shortened to a moment. If he was a powerful young spirit, the time needed was calculated in breaths. The advantage of a short time was that he might not be able to react to the malicious actions of the other side. However, a moment was still full of danger. This was why he could not frequently switch back and forth between the positive and negative spaces. Under his full power, the raft accumulated energy very quickly. It quickly accumulated energy, passed through quickly, and passed through quickly. When he was about to emerge from the main world, A sense of danger suddenly descended upon him. Someone was outside. And they were up to no good. Just like when he used the Imperial Beast orthodoxy as a sacrifice when he returned to the Green Void, he was now in a dilemma. If he went back, the passage would have already begun to collapse. If he rushed forward, who knew what would be waiting for him? In a flash, he reached out and pulled out the corpse of the Henghi cultivator. He had never been willing to keep such disgusting things, but in order to fully understand the Henghi realm, he made an exception and put the corpse of the Henghi cultivator into his storage ring. The body of a cultivator did not decay and could last for a long time in an environment like the void. This was especially so for the Henghi cultivator. He did not die in a normal battle. His spirit was not there, but his physical functions were not damaged at all. In fact, he was the best material to make a zombie. Of course, this was just a random thought of Lu Xiaoyi. He would not really do it. But now, the situation was urgent, and he had to do something. When it came to zombies, he did not have any concept or interest in them. However, during those years of being a king zombie, the environment forced him to have some rough understanding of how zombies were formed. At that time, he was trying to determine where the zombies came from, what methods were used to refine them, and where the orthodoxy was. During this process, he also had a certain understanding of zombie refining techniques. Although it was not too profound, he knew a few simple and violent techniques. For example, the most direct and violent technique, exploding corpses. Exploding corpses, not moving corpses. It meant that regardless of whether the corpse would be damaged in the future or whether it could still be used, it was used in the shortest time possible. Simply put, it was treated as a one-time consumable. It did not matter if it could be refined into a qualified zombie in the future. It was just right to use it now. Bohol's corpse was thrown out, and at the same time, he tapped on the corpse's brain. The strange technique of exploding corpses rushed into the brain, and this Henghi primordial spirit opened its eyes as if it had come alive. This was a body reaction that had no intelligence and was purely based on instinct. It also contained a bit of the zombie's will. The technique was crude and inexperienced, and he did not know how to control his strength. In the eyes of the zombies, this was a complete failure. It was not exploding corpses, it was destroying corpses. But when used here, it could explode the body's greatest potential in the next few breaths of time, and then, it would be completely destroyed. The moment Bohol rushed out of the main world, the power of the array that had been set up in the surroundings struck his body, and not a single bit miss. At the same time, his body was swept into a long scroll and disappeared. However, to the attacker's surprise, the unique technique from his unique orthodoxy didn't have the expected effect on this person's body. There was only one possibility for such a result. This person's technique was similar to his, so he wasn't afraid of the attack from the sacred river. In the next moment, the attacker saw clearly who had rushed out. Junior brother Bohol. You're not dead. The ambush plan was very meticulous, and after years of stalking, he finally found an opportunity to wait for the opponent to enter the negative space. But with all the arrangements, the ambush did not go smoothly from the start. That evil path was abnormally cunning, and there was a difference between where it entered the negative space and where it came out of the main world. This caused the attacker to lose the chance to activate his most powerful killing move. By the time he realized that the evil path might be tens of thousands of miles away, although he could still rush over in advance, it was clearly too late to set up the ambush. Thus, he could only choose the second strategy, which was to pull the opponent into the Eternal River scroll that he was most proficient in. Dealing with him in the Eternal River would be more effective with half the effort. The second strategy also failed. Because he had confiscated the evil path, but he had taken his junior brother in instead. Although he immediately realized that this was actually not his junior brother, but his junior brother's body that was being controlled, the mistake had already been made. Although he was the one who initiated the ambush, he had lost time at the most crucial moment of the ambush. A sword light shot out, and a sword river instantly covered the horizon. The main character had come out. Chapter 1492. The ambusher took the long scroll of the Eternal River and flew thousands of miles away. His flying sword fell and countless corpses were destroyed. Those were the souls of the cultivators in the long scroll of the Eternal River. When it came into contact with the swordsman, it finally showed its true offensive and defensive abilities. The long scroll of the Eternal River really made a difference whether it had a scroll spirit or not. He did not care about the failure of the ambush. To the strongest primordial soul cultivator of the Henghe boundary, dealing with a Yin master was not a challenge at all. The reason why he kept following them was because he was afraid of those annoying geese. This time, they came out as a two-person trip. He was outside while Bo Huzwa was inside. With the power of the long scroll of the Eternal River, it was a sure win bet. He was not as good as junior brother Bo when it came to guessing people's minds. Moreover, he was a straightforward person and was not good at negotiation. If the two of them went together, it would be bad. Who would have thought that this would be the result? When the long scroll of the Eternal River returned to his hand, he immediately knew about the changes in the beast territory and followed them out. Those who stayed in the Eternal River, even if they were Yin masters, would not be able to escape his tracking. This was the uniqueness of the sacred river and outsiders could not understand it. Of course, he wanted to take revenge. Since he could not take revenge on the Peacock Young Master in the beast territory, he could only target the real culprit. He followed them for several years, which was nothing to a primordial soul cultivator. He knew that there was a young master among the geese, so he just followed them from afar. With the long scroll of the Eternal River, he was not afraid of the culprit escaping. He did not believe that the geese could continue to escort them like this. As expected, once they got close to the beast territory, the group of humans and beasts went their separate ways. This was his chance. His name was Curry and he was of noble birth. He was of the Hung River realm and was in charge of combat. He had many cultivation techniques and secret skills that had been passed down for a long time. Furthermore, he was extremely talented and had his own unique traits in combat. Therefore, he was known as the #1 combat expert of the Hung River realm. It was not an exaggeration at all. With such experience and status, it was impossible for him to take a Yin master seriously, no matter how heaven-defying he was. What surprised him was that the Daoist revealed his orthodoxy, the swordsman. Swordsman had been in the limelight for a while now, and he had long wanted to meet him. But to what extent could he reach? In the eyes of outsiders, swordsmen from the origin world were actually divided into two types, a 5-ring swordsman and a non-5-ring swordsman. However, he did not know which type he had encountered. Lu Xiaoyi rushed out of the passageway with the sword river protecting his body. Although it was dangerous, he was not injured. However, he knew very well that if he hadn't changed the direction of the wall and thrown out Hung his corpse in advance, he would definitely have been injured. Moreover, he would have been swimming in that smelly ditch. Although he had already gone in once, he did not want to go in a second time. He did not think that he had confidence in the holy river of the Henghe realm. Whether there was a curled spirit or not, and whether the person in charge was competent, all determined the power of this acquired spirit treasure at the level of young spirit. This was not a spiritual treasure in the ordinary sense. He was very clear about this. It was a completely foreign orthodoxy, but he did not care. This was because he had a premonition that sooner or later, he would have a large-scale conflict with this orthodoxy. Therefore, he did not mind testing the so-called unique skills of the Henghe realm in advance. It was also because of this that when his sword river gushed out, he did not use his full strength. An ordinary 100,000 sword lights was the average level of most origin world swordsmen. There was nothing much to say. Moreover, he did not think that he had anything in common with the people of the Henghe realm. With the guidance of his flying sword, the sword river condensed and he disappeared on the spot, dodging the sweep of the Eternal River. The flying sword had already appeared above Ka Li's head. Simple, direct, and violent. Ka Li began to dance. At least from Lu Xiaoyi's point of view, this was a dance. It was a dance that transformed the dodging technique into the ultimate dance. In every graceful twist and turn, there was actually a profound change in the small space. Twisting and turning, he dodged the sharp sword lights in a small space. This was the first time Lu Xiaoyi saw a cultivator who could dodge the surprise attack of a flying sword in such a small space. Dodging and art were perfectly integrated into one. It looked like the person was there, but in the graceful dance, there was a feeling that he could not land on solid ground. It was very beautiful. It was just that when a man danced like this, it was somewhat neither male nor female. Therefore, he knew that a single sword attack might be useless against this person. At least while he was still able to maintain this graceful dance, the attack of the flying sword would miss. There was indeed a set of moves. It was an extreme fusion of space and judgment. In close combat, there was even a faint disturbance to the flying sword spirit controlling the flying sword. If the flying sword wanted to be fast, there must be a launching distance. With a launching distance, there would be enough space for this kind of dance to twist and dodge. The only problem was, if he used his full strength to move the sword at its peak speed, would the opponent be able to dodge it? This was something he would slowly test in the future. As for now, he still had to see the other abilities of this Henghe realm cultivator. You might be able to dodge one flying sword, but what about multiple? What about indiscriminate attacks? Lu Xiaoyi continued to sway unsteadily in the void. The sword river split, no longer gathering into one sword light, but into 100, forming an indiscriminate sword rain in the narrow space. Even if you twisted like a fried dough twist, you would not be able to dodge all the attacks. The opponent was not idle. Clearly, he had rich battle experience and did not accept the situation of being beaten passively. The Dance King form changed. It had already turned into a hideous human head. It was the form of terror. The most direct result of the terrifying face was a direct blast on Lu Xiaoyi's soul. It was not the kind of blast that was made of spiritual energy, but a mysterious, unseen spiritual blast that crushed Lu Xiaoyi's consciousness on the level of consciousness. Lu Xiaoyi's sparrow palace bird flapped its wings, rejecting this kind of threat. This kind of spiritual contest was not dispensable. If it was a cultivator with weak spiritual ability, with just this, the flying sword would have lost control and deviated. But Lu Xiaoyi's flying sword did not deviate. Without the slightest deviation, the 100 sword lights arranged into a strict sword formation. In order to prevent the opponent's Dance King form from dodging, the sword formation's arrangement was still constantly changing. This time, Curry did not use the Dance King form again. Instead, he shook his head. There were two faces on his shoulders, but it was the form of a martial artist, the form of Superman. The 100 sword lights pierced his body, but were all deflected. It was as if his body was slippery and the force was not correct. The 100 sword lights slashed across his body, but only left a few dozen white marks, which recovered in an instant. This was the strongest inheritance of Henghe realm's orthodoxy. It had many forms, but it was omnipotent. For example, in Curry's sect, there were many mysterious external forms. For example, the form of Lin Jiao, the form of terror, the form of gentle, the form of Superman, the form of three faces, the Dance King form, the form of the Lord of Glass, the form of the Lord of Half-Women, and so on. It was enough to deal with any situation. This was the source of Curry's confidence. Chapter 1493. Both sides had yet to achieve anything, but they were both cautious of each other's moves. This was a difficult opponent that couldn't be underestimated. Lu Xiaoyi gradually discovered the secret of the Heng River disguise in the transition between attack and defense. Among all the disguises, the three faces used in battle was a very important disguise magnifier. It could perform three faces at the same time to complete the transition between attack and defense, and there was no need to attack or defend at the same time. The rhythm of operation was very easy to be grasped. When the three faces were used together, one could attack and two could defend, or two could attack and one could defend. In the Heng River transformation technique, he had already seen the Dance King technique, three faces technique, Superman technique, terror technique. What else was there? Curry felt that something wasn't right. Even though the swordsman's attacks were perfectly blocked by him, the swordsman's attacks didn't land on him at all. This was a very strange matter. It was so strange that even the swordsman himself didn't notice it. Why did his attacks always fail? It was as if there were countless coincidences, and all his attacks missed. There were many reasons. The swordsman's speed was very fast, His judgment was very accurate, his reaction was very sharp, his timing was perfect, and he had some strange luck. Even after trying for so long, he still couldn't feel his opponent's pulse. His opponent's attack and defense were on a completely different level. The swordsman's attack was weak, and didn't display the strong offense and weak defense characteristic of the swordsman. However, the swordsman's defense was watertight. It was as if the swordsman's tight defense was purely due to luck. This wasn't normal. Curry's battle experience was very rich. Not only had he fought in the Hung River realm, he was also one of the few who had seen the world outside. With this kind of experience, he could faintly smell a hint of a conspiracy in this battle. He felt that this battle was very unreal. He had already used more than half of his disguises, but his opponent seemed to be the same as when they first met. His opponent simply leaped and attacked with his sword. In this process, his skills and trump cards were slowly exposed in front of others. But did his opponent have any trump cards? No. He just attacked with his sword. Every time he attacked, he would change his position. He didn't even know how he had come up with most of the disguises. According to his battle experience, whenever he encountered such a situation, it meant that his opponent was relatively strong. But now, why did he feel that he only needed to use one more move to take down his opponent? It was under this kind of feeling that he exposed his appearance one by one. As an essence soul perfected lord, he immediately realized the most probable reason for all of this when such a feeling of uneasiness surfaced. His opponent wasn't going all out at all. He was merely feigning civility and observing his strength. Perhaps he was observing the strength of Hung River orthodoxy. As for the opponent's true strength, according to the tradition of swordsmen who were generally strong in offense and weak in defense, the fact that this person in front of him could take care of himself so well only meant that once his attack power was released, it would be extremely terrifying. This person didn't take him seriously at all. He was just training the eagle. Based on Curry's intuition, he quickly figured out the truth behind this battle. He expanded his imagination a little and thought about the recent famous swordsman in the universe. Furthermore, he was at the Yin Master level. Then, he thought about the direction he was flying in and realized that he came from the faraway Juzian. Then, it was obvious who this person was. He couldn't help but feel a chill rising from the depths of his soul. Although he was indeed strong, and although he knew that there weren't many opponents below the young god level in the main world, he still couldn't ignore the fact that this person in front of him was someone who had slain a young god. And there seemed to be more than one. He had cultivated for 3,000 years. He was very clear on how he had progressed all this way. Strength was only one aspect. More importantly, he knew what kind of opponent could fight him to the death, and what kind of battle he had to retreat from. In terms of raw strength, he was definitely not stronger than this swordsman, except for his realm. Swordsman's strongest point was the decisive battle on the line between life and death. If you were to fight against a swordsman with similar strength, you must not push yourself to the brink of death. You might think that you're cutting off all means of retreat, but you're actually walking right into the swordsman's trap. He couldn't fight this battle anymore. Even if he still had some secret cards up his sleeve, they weren't just in disguise. He still had other things up his sleeves. But the problem was, did the swordsman not have any trump cards up his sleeve? Apart from his ordinary sword attacks, he still hadn't shown the swordsman's talent in attack. A person who could summon the wind and rain in a cosmic war, a person who could slay a young god, would you believe that he only had this level of offensive ability? Curry knew that he was in extreme danger. Fortunately, danger wouldn't come for the time being, because this swordsman still wanted to see more from him. A battle between cultivators of their realm was no longer an ordinary slaughter. It had even surpassed the boundaries of the Tao realm. With his intuition, it was more important to judge a person's heart. Do you need to know what the opponent is thinking? What is he scheming? What are you afraid of? If you don't know these things, then what's the difference between you and the ordinary people in the mortal world? His only advantage now was that his opponent still didn't know that he had already judged the swordsman's intentions. This gave him the opportunity to easily escape. Junior brother Bu's death wasn't unjust. Competing in swimming with such an opponent, I really don't know what he was thinking. Since he had already decided to leave, he naturally had a meticulous plan. During the battle with the swordsman, he vaguely showed signs of another disguise. This was the appearance of a half-woman, a very mysterious disguise. There was only one goal, which was to attract the swordsman's curiosity and lure him into waiting for his disguise to complete, thus buying him time. As for him, he would never come up with another disguise. The swordsman's attacks were still not extreme. It made him feel danger, and this danger was at the edge of his defense. In the past, he would take the initiative to counterattack, but now he wouldn't. He wouldn't leave anything new for this guy. You want to know? Go to the Hung River boundary. During Curry's attack, the scroll of Eternal River was his treasure. With this river, he could change his position around the river to block part of the swordsman's flying swords. Furthermore, he could see that his plan of luring the swordsman into the scroll of Eternal River wouldn't succeed. With the swordsman's movement speed, it would be very difficult for him to be sucked into the sacred river. This swordsman was very cautious. Even if he had entered the Hung River before and even killed someone, he didn't want to rely on it. Instead, he hid far away. This was the cautiousness that an outstanding warrior must have. This was the most difficult type of cultivator to deal with. Patient, treacherous, he was obviously strong, but he still pretended to be harmless. When he made his move, it would be the end. In the cultivation records, cultivators were often described as hot-blooded and brainless, disregarding everything for the sake of their Tao heart. This was a fundamentally wrong way of thinking. When facing an enemy that they couldn't deal with temporarily, cultivators would always have other method. The scroll of Eternal River once again swept towards the swordsman. However, this time, the Eternal River was much longer. One end was on the battlefield, while the other end was already millions of miles away. Chapter 1494. Lu Xiaoyi immediately noticed this abnormal change in the Eternal River. For an acquired spirit treasure with the shape of a great river, which was designed to drag people away, if the river was too long, it would be inconvenient for the acquired spirit treasure to move around. For example, if one wanted to tie a person up, would one wave a rope that was miles long? It was fine as long as it was enough. It was the same for the Eternal River scroll. Considering the range of their escape, the size of the battlefield, and a little more margin, it was more appropriate to control the length of the Eternal River to be tens of thousands of miles. This Hung River cultivator had done so before, but now he suddenly stretched the Eternal River to over 1,000,000 miles. What was he up to? He still couldn't figure it out. He saw Daoist Hung he step into the long scroll of the Eternal River himself, and even turned back to look at him meaningfully. He revealed a mocking smile. In the next moment, the sacred river contracted, but with the farthest point as the starting point, Ka Li was instantly brought 1,000,000 miles away. This method of escape was too fast for someone like him to catch up. He had been tricked. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the empty surroundings and shook his head. An experienced cultivator with his own intuition towards battle. Moreover, he probably knew who he was. It was a pity, but not much. He didn't regret his strategy. Compared to using all his strength to kill this person from the start, it was more important to understand the Hung River orthodoxy. The Hung River orthodoxy was often mentioned in Bohezuo's Jade Slip, but looking at the Jade Slip and directly fighting with a real person were two different things. Previously, his understanding of the Hung River orthodoxy was only on paper, such as the body meridians and the Dharma transformation of Buddhism. But now that he was there, he knew that there was a big difference. It was worth it to be able to see the transformation of 6 or 7 Hung River orthodoxies. Actually, of all the Hung River cultivators' transformations, the one he wanted to see the most was the Lin Jiao orthodoxy. He was very curious. If he really used it, would it be the mumbling blob? It was actually the reproductive orthodoxy. He had gained a lot from this battle. That was what it meant. As long as this Hung River cultivator had the Eternal River scroll, it would be very difficult for him to kill him. In terms of strength, he didn't have much of an advantage against a peak primordial spirit cultivator. This guy was too cowardly and didn't even dare to try. How much of a threat could such a person pose? Lu Xiaoyi continued his journey as if nothing had happened. But as he sped along, he still made a careful inventory of the spoils he had obtained from the Battle of Hung River. He wanted to know how this guy had fallen for him. After all, he was a true monarch. When he carefully examined himself, he quickly realized that the problem was not with the items, but with his spirit. After coming out of the Eternal River, there was still some kind of imprint left on him. He had to admit that this stinky ditch really had something special. This was a very special way to leave a mark. What was left behind was thoughts and a deep impression of the river. As long as one kept brooding over the dirty and messy river, this so-called holy river would always be able to find one. If he traveled in this way for a long time, his vigilance would involuntarily decrease. This was something he needed to be vigilant about. He was now a very famous person in the universe. He had many friends and even more enemies. If he was seriously injured as soon as he left the main world, he believed that this Hung He person would definitely not leave. He would definitely fight to the death with him. These things were also very good at seizing the opportunity. He didn't have much time to think about the problem of the Hung He world. Because in this space, he still had to face a species that was completely different from the friendly demonic beasts. Void Beast. In the ranking of the aggressiveness to attack humans, in order of threat from lowest to highest, they were Anti-Space Demonic Beast, Anti-Space Void Beast, Main Time Demonic Beast, and Main World Void Beast. Among them, the Void Beasts of the main world were the most aggressive towards humans. This was a publicly acknowledged fact in the entire cultivation world. It wasn't that the Void Beasts of the main world were more violent, but that the humans of the main world bullied them much more than the Anti-Space Demonic Beast. In the Anti-Space, human cultivators basically spent most of their time on the Heaven's Choice continent. The continent was big enough, and there were countless innate and postnatal Tao tablets. There was no need for cultivators to go to the anti-space void to look for opportunities. Also, the anti-space void spiritium density was much lower than the main world. The way they obtained spiritium was mostly from the 10,000 Tao tablet. All these reasons added together formed a situation where humans dominated the Heaven's Choice continent in the anti-space. The demonic beasts dominated the void outside the continent. Since there was very little contact, there was no history of grievances. These beasts weren't idiots. Of course, they wouldn't easily attack the humans who dominated the cultivation world. The main world was different. Without Tao tablets, spiritium could only be obtained from the universe. If they wanted to reach a higher level, they could only fight for their lives in the void of the universe. Places that were remote had more spiritium. This kind of practical cultivation situation determined that humans wandered around the universe. Naturally, they had a strong grudge with the void natives. This was passed down from generation to generation, and finally it became like this. Just like now. Even if the 4 void beasts were only at the Yuaniing level, they relied on their numbers to jump out from behind a meteorite and fiercely pounce down. They didn't even bother to reason with you. As the king of the mountain, he had to pay attention to shouting, "This mountain was opened by me, this tree was planted by me." The void beasts didn't even bother with that. After cleanly getting rid of these blind things, Lu Xiaoyi threw away all distracting thoughts and began to move forward at full speed. In fact, he had a way to avoid the troubles in this area. For example, he could sneak into the negative space to pass through this area. It would save him time and be safer. However, when you treat traveling as a form of cultivation, you can't just think about avoiding some difficulties. You have to face the difficulties head-on, you have to face the dangers head-on. Also, it was time for him to take out some of the sword techniques that he had recently figured out during his travels and try them out. In front of the Hung River people, for some reason, he hid his skills. His hands were itching now. With these living targets that were naturally untainted by karma, what better opponents to test his sword against? Flying and killing along the way could be considered as removing some burden from the universe. Gradually, groups of void beasts began to appear around him. There were more and more of them, and their levels were also getting higher and higher. The challenges were also getting more and more severe. He didn't care. Compared to human cultivators, the most adorable thing about void beasts was that they didn't have those schemes and tricks. They were all head-on collisions. The strong would stand, and the weak would fall. This was the most basic law of the cultivation world. With this dragging and dragging, it was like pulling a beast tide. Countless void beasts were dragged in for no reason. They didn't know why, because there were too many and too many different types of beasts. They only knew that if other beasts ran, they would run too. Just like that, after a few years, they grew from a small group to a large group, from a small beast tide to a large beast tide, until the entire void beast territory became restless, forming a huge beast tide of the void territory that was hard to come by in thousands of years. This was not something that Lu Xiaoyi could control. He didn't care either. It was none of his business who cared. Chapter 1495. The 5 rings, the dome, was filled with vitality. 100 years had passed since the battle with the Buddhist alliance, and the entire 5 rings had changed greatly. The sword vein was no exception. To be able to dominate the universe, it was impossible for them to remain stagnant. This was especially so when the battle this time was fought in a rather sullen manner. The external announcement of the victory was for the sake of publicity. Behind closed doors, each and every sect was desperately trying to find the reason why the battle had turned out so badly. After nearly 20,000 years of hard work, they had been successful in every endeavor. However, when it was time to use them, they had not been able to display their full potential. What exactly went wrong? This was the question that every sect and cultivator was thinking about. No one knew the result of their consideration. This was a core secret of the upper echelons of the sect. However, there were some obvious changes in the sect. For example, in the dome, a new sword vein had been added, the coiling sword vein. This was not a completely baseless gimmick, but the result of careful consideration. There was also a considerable number of coiling swordsmen. In fact, they were the 200 heavens chosen men that Lu Xiaoyi had brought back, the people of Juzian. They were able to integrate into the big family of Shenyuan not only because of their novel swordsmanship, but also because of the great effort they had put in for Qing Kong and the 5 ring. The 300 swordsmen of the sword soldiers had returned, and 100 of them had died in battle. The blood they shed had won them the respect of all the Shenyuan swordsmen. The most important thing was that what they had learned was the legacy of their ancestors. Therefore, it could not be said that they had joined. More accurately, they had returned. A wanderer returning to his home, a swallow returning to its nest. This place was supposed to be their home. It was like the descendants of a large family going to a faraway place. However, their surname and bloodline were still the same, therefore, there was no problem with the fusion. The problem was that the fusion was too smooth. Now, almost all the outer swordsmen of the dome wanted to join the coiling sword vein. Because this way, they would be infinitely closer to the strength of a true inner swordsman. Actually, the coiling sword should also be called the inner sword. However, it was not coiled in the Niwen Palace, but in the Dantian. Qianxiu Peak's sword Qi soared to the heavens, and a pavilion master from the pavilion flew into a rage. However, he still couldn't stop this situation from changing. Humans strive for greater heights, and water flows downward. Previously, he had chosen to use the external sword because there was no other way. If he couldn't obtain the sword pellet, how could he learn the internal sword? Now that he could insert the coiling sword into his body on top of the outer swords, it was equivalent to opening a new window for the huge outer swords. How could he possibly control this thought of seeking change? It wasn't just Foundation establishment Jin Dan who was trying to wield the sword. Even true monarch Yuanying was secretly trying it out. They were all trying to become stronger, and there was no way to stop such thought. In fact, the Dome sect had already organized a group of cultivators to study the way of wielding the sword as early as 800 to 900 years ago. Although there were results, it was difficult for them to make up their minds because it might change the overall structure of the Shenyuan sword school forever. The inheritance of the outer swords might disappear. Once the coiling sword was promoted on a large scale, even if the inner sword still had the upper hand in terms of individual combat power, their advantage would be far less obvious than before. In addition, there were more than 10 times the number of inner and outer swords. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Dome sect was going to change. Therefore, they couldn't make up their minds. They couldn't blame the higher-ups of Shenyuan for not having the courage. To change the tens of thousands of years of tradition required a lot of responsibility, and it wasn't something that a few young gods could shoulder. The problem was that in such a crucial direction of the school's inheritance, Xuanyuan's few powerful half-immortals were still unable to pass down instructions. This caused the reform to drag on. There were two reasons for the great changes in the Dome sect. One was the group of swordsman warriors brought back by Lu Xiaoyi. They proved the vitality of the coiling sword with their actual existence. At least in terms of kung fu and Taoism, it was feasible and mature. It could directly lead to the Great Tao. Another reason was this war. Although it was just the beginning of the chaos in the universe, the sword cultivators had suffered great losses. In order to increase their survival and fighting ability to the maximum, the sect had officially introduced the coiling sword lineage into the sect. It was inevitable that they would do so. The 6 young gods decided to officially establish the coiling sword in the Dome sect and open it to all outer swordsmen. This caused a huge uproar. For tens of thousands of years, the glorious image of outer swords carrying sword sheaths had always been the main target of ridicule for inner swordsmen. Outer swords dreamed of refining their own flying swords into their bodies, no matter where it was. Even if they hid it in their anus, it would be fine. At most, they would have their backs facing the enemy when they fought in the future. Now they could store swords in their dantian. Could they also emit sword light? Or could they choose between physical swords and sword chi? They no longer had to worry about their flying swords being destroyed by their opponents. They no longer had to worry about whether their opponents were releasing acid rain when they attacked. They no longer had to carry hundreds of swords on their backs as replacements. They no longer had to go bankrupt for the resources of each flying sword. They only had to focus on one sword, and that was their entire life. How could they resist such temptation? The 200 swordsmen in the Sword Soldier Legion became very popular. Everyone wanted to be taught the most direct experience and practical guidance. Of course, in terms of foundation, these swordsmen were far inferior to Dome sect swordsmen. Not to mention inner swords, they couldn't even compare to outer swords because their foundation was mostly unorthodox. However, they had the experience that the Dome sect swords valued the most: how to coiling sword. A year after the official introduction of the coiling sword, 3 outer swords young gods, led by Gong Yao, proposed in a high-level meeting that the coiling sword should be included in the management of the Sword Chi Rushing Heaven Pavilion. To put it bluntly, it was a merger of outer swords and coiling sword. They couldn't disagree, because if they continued like this, they would become a commander without an army in a few years. In fact, they wouldn't even be a commander without an army, because the 3 old young gods had also created coiling swords, and now they didn't carry sword cases. Coiling sword was not difficult for them. Under the difficult tug-of-war, the inner swords had a deep sense of righteousness. They couldn't not understand, because they couldn't stop the trend. The coiling sword was destined to rise, and it couldn't be stopped. It was better to incorporate it into the system early. The spring of Shenyuan outer swords had come. The Sword Chi Rushing Heaven Pavilion was divided into 2 factions, coiling sword and outer swords. For the time being, there were still stubborn old people who didn't want to let go of outer swords. However, it was foreseeable that as time passed, outer swords would gradually be preserved only at the basic stage. The higher the realm, the fewer outer swords there would be. It would be until Jin Dan's Yuanying that everyone put outer swords into their bodies. This was a great change in the orthodoxy. Seeking new things and changes was always the greatest driving force for the development of human cultivation. It was also the greatest driving force for the development of society. Shenyuan belonged to the category of following the trend. In Gong Yao's words, they would change as powerful as they were. In the future, if there was a new breakthrough in outer swords, everyone would change back together. Of course, there were those who followed the trend of the times, and those who adhered to tradition, such as Wei Jian Mountain. It wasn't that Shenyuan was reluctant to give up the secret technique, but that Wei Jian Mountain was as arrogant as before. In their opinion, their outer swords were not much worse than Xuanyuan's inner swords. Even if they became coiling swords, they wouldn't be much stronger. Why should they follow the crowd? There were changes and perseverance. This was the complete cultivation world. Chapter 1496. In such a big wave, the members of the Sword Soldiers' Army lived a fulfilling life. Because they were recognized, they started to integrate into the big group. Blindly pandering to others would not be recognized by others. However, if you contributed blood and could bring help to others, everything would be natural. This sounded cruel, but this was the reality of the world. There were some discordant voices, but in the big wave of fusion of the outer swords, they were quickly washed away. What would Xuanyuan's future direction be like? No one knew. However, in the chaos of the universe, the change of eras, and the arrival of huge changes, it was more appropriate to carry out such a reform. Since it was chaotic, then let it be chaotic together. The higher-ups of Shenyuan strictly controlled the direction of the overall situation to prevent any accidents from happening. However, after 100 years, the transition of the outer swords to the coiled swords was smooth. There were small waves, but the overall trend was good. It should be said that this reform was a success. After 100 years, Yuanying and Jinjuan's coiled swords were very smooth. This was because they had the ability to reach the Tao state. They were also the main force in the exploration of the new coiled sword technique after the appearance of the new coiled sword technique. All the outer swords and inner swords were taken out and tested equally to find the most compatible combination. This created a situation where ideas collided with each other. This was very meaningful for a sect. Honestly speaking, Shenyuan had not seen such a gratifying situation for tens of thousands of years. No matter what the final result was, whether Xuanyuan's overall strength would increase or decrease, this process alone was a process of reconsolidation. It was worth it. Zhuji and Jin Dan's coiled swords were very frustrating. Zhuji and Jin Dan's coiled swords did not have the ability to reach the Tao state. Therefore, their chances of success in coiled swords were almost zero. Only the most talented cultivators in Jin Dan could achieve breakthroughs in coiled swords. The framework was slowly taking shape. For the huge group of outer swords, under the Jin Dan realm, they would still mainly use the traditional outer sword techniques. However, now, no one would endlessly throw resources into new sword embryos. Maintaining a few flying swords was their first choice. This was because in the end, the only thing that could allow them to coiled swords was the one that was most compatible with them. The reason why the inner swords were so powerful was because they had only focused on one sword pill their entire lives. Now, the outer swords were also making great strides in this direction. The inheritances of external swords hadn't died out, but they were restricted to the middle and lower levels. Among the group of great cultivators, they were all internal swords of the same color. All of this was driven by someone who was not in the mountain gate. Although he had never said anything about it, he had changed the entire structure of Shenyuan for tens of thousands of years with actions and facts. From discovering the orthodoxy of the coiling sword in the blue sky and reporting it to the sect, to leading the 300 coiling swordsmen back to the dome, he had said nothing, but he had said everything. Low and middle level cultivators might not understand where this change came from, but among the Yuanying cultivators and above, there was no one who did not know the source of all this. One person had changed an entire sword faction. As a foundation establishment cultivator, this person had overturned the 10,000-year-old tradition of Xuanyuan's external sword momentum being weak. Zhu Lingjun was willing to make an exception for this person. The Heaven's Eyes system was willing to run errands for this person. This person was equally matched with the Crow ancestor in the sword Dao Steely. When all these pieces of information were combined together, they would be endlessly imaginative. Was there going to be another epoch-making figure in Shenyuan? It was a little unbelievable, but all of this development was clearly transmitting a message. If they still couldn't understand this point, then the thousands of years of cultivation of the Yang spirit and primordial spirit would have been wasted. Just like the Crow ancestor, this person was always outside and didn't return home, but everything he did had a deep impact on the entire Shenyuan. Once, in an internal high-level meeting, those who attended were all perfected cultivators and specially invited Yuanying cultivators, including dozens of perfected cultivators from the Sword Soldiers' Army. During the meeting, Guan Du unintentionally asked a question. Little Yi, you've been with him for many years. The shortest is over 100 years, and the longest is over 100 years. Then, have you ever asked him what kind of sword faction should be in his mind? Che Xie, Ban Zhu, Huang Nian, Song Rong, and Zhu Fan all had their answers, but they were all general. This was because the sword master had never taken the initiative to talk about the establishment of a sect. Now, it seemed that the sword master was right. If their small group really established a sect near Juzian, sooner or later, they would be ground to dust. Swordsmen did things without any scruples, but there was a prerequisite. You must have a stable and strong backing, a quiet harbor, a place you could rely on when you were tired or injured. Because you were not the kind of orthodoxy that would just eat and wait for death. This kind of establishment required many conditions. In the current turbulent times, in Juzian, it was actually not suitable. Among them, Song Rong's words caused several young gods to think deeply. Song Rong said, "The sword master once talked about it by chance." In his mind, the sword vein should be such a place. There should be no distinction between the inner and outer swords, no distinction between the sword pill and the flying sword, and no distinction between being inferior if you can't get the sword pill. This sentence made several young gods think for a long time. The meaning behind it was profound and moved people. 20 years ago, 80 years after the end of the war, when the coiling sword orthodoxy began to get on the right track and everything was developing in a good direction, the 6 young gods of Shenyuan unanimously made a bold decision that was not within their authority: the inner and outer sword meridians. From then on, there would no longer be an independent chaotic thunder hall, nor would there be an independent sword chi soaring tower. These two places would only exist as traces of history, and would no longer be crowned with a brand new name. They would once again return to the jurisdiction of the sect master. At this point, Fan Lu and Bo Xie Lu no longer set restrictions on the swordsman. Shenyuan as a whole, at least in terms of structure, was reunited. This was a decision that challenged authority, history, and the future. For the 6 young gods, they were under a lot of pressure. The voices of opposition had never stopped, but they still insisted. They had to change. Because the future changes in the universe required a strong swordsman army. Instead of wasting precious time on the endless wrangling of the internal affairs. This was their historical responsibility. Before the change of the era, when the ancestors were unable to give orders, when some intolerable shortcomings were exposed in a great war, someone had to stand up and take responsibility. Someone pointed out the direction. When it came to the specific implementation, who else could take responsibility other than the 6 young gods? Every great power of the 5th ring was changing and responding. This was also the trend. The people of the 5th ring never lacked the determination to change. Otherwise, they would not have appeared on the 5th ring. Chapter 1497. The Ice Guest Sword was a little annoyed recently because his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. But he was not alone, because he had someone to keep him company, Li Peinan. At their age, this realm was already very awkward. They were over 1,000 years old, but they could not find the path to the upper realm. How were they going to spend the last 200 years? The great Tao collapsed, and the net opened up. In this era, the requirements for the upper realm had actually been lowered. But no matter how low it was, there would always be a limit. It was impossible to really open up the Tao and not differentiate between the good and the bad. Overall, the middle and low-level cultivators benefited the most. The success rate of foundation establishment and core formation was almost doubled. But in the Yuanying, there was still a limit to this improvement. At the juncture of Supreme, the restrictions were stricter, and it was definitely easier than before. But to say that it became very easy was also nonsense. Once one became a Supreme, one's lifespan would suddenly increase from 1,200 years in the Yuanying to 3,000 years. This was a huge threshold. For such a breakthrough, the control of the heavenly Tao would never be too loose. Therefore, most of the nascent soul stage cultivators would still be stopped at this juncture. There were too many tests to be had. People like the Ice Guest Sword and Li Peinan were only barely outstanding characters in the Blue Sky sect. Once they reached the Dome of the 5 Rings, which was a great melting pot of geniuses, how could they appear again? Not being able to reach the upper realm was normal for them. If they were lucky enough to succeed, It would be a great stroke of luck. The heavenly Tao would not let them go just because they knew Lu Xiaoyi. These were two different things. Even someone as outstanding as Yang Bo still fell at this juncture. In terms of aptitude, they were far from being comparable to Yang Bo. This was the problem that they were facing. Among the three sheikhs in Qing Kong, only Huang Xiaoya had the most hope. She was also in seclusion at the dome. She heard from a familiar senior that there was a great chance. Only the two of them were left here, sharing the same fate. In these few decades, the two of them also actively participated in many sect activities. In the test of blood and fire, they gradually grew into two true Shenyuan swordsmen. But this did not mean that the heavenly Tao would open up a gap because of this. There were many factors that determined whether one could reach the upper realm or not. The problem with the two of them was that they had the mental state and the comprehension, but they always felt that they didn't have enough accumulation. This was actually the result of their leisurely time in clear sky. He would not go so far as to drink alone, but Iceman Sword was already considering whether he should return to Azure Sky. If he was destined to achieve nothing, he would rather spend his last moments guarding his hometown. There were too many memories in that place, and he could not forget them. He wanted to pull Li Peinan back with him so that they could be companions. They had been companions for hundreds of years. It seemed that it would be difficult to separate them again. Moreover, he felt that he could always turn misfortunes into blessings and calamities into auspiciousness. Apart from being able to pass on misfortune to others, it was also very important to have someone who could endure it by his side. For him, was there anyone more suitable than young Master Li for the body of transmigration? But this guy didn't seem to want to go back. He didn't know what he was thinking. Staying here, was it only because he said that his life was in his own hands and not in the hands of God? This day, Iceman's Sword was still practicing in the cave residence. Although the hope was slim, as a cultivator of the Yuanian class, he would not give up just because the hope was small. This was the most basic quality of a cultivator. But now he was also very clear that with his progress, the possibility of reaching the upper realm in his lifetime was not big. This was the most intuitive understanding of his own body. Outside the cave residence, someone landed on the ground. Without saying anything, he lifted his foot and barged in. And he purposely stepped on the eye of the array. He did not push to enter the door, but directly kicked it. Except for one person on the dome, there was no one else who could do this. Li Peinan walked into the cave residence impatiently. Don't pretend here. Even if you hold it in for 1,000 years, you won't be able to do anything. Pack up, we are going back to Azure Sky immediately. Iceman's Sword immediately switched from sitting cross-legged state and jumped up. Senior brother, have you thought it through? Like I said, what's wrong with going back to Azure Sky? We can still make it in time to meet some old friends, reminisce about the old days, drink wine, do some gardening, write some calligraphy, and tell the younger generation about our countless experiences over the years. Isn't that good? His mouth was rambling, but he reacted quickly. That's not right. How can it be so fast? We have to transfer the request and wait for approval. Even if we find someone to make an exception, it won't be approved without a few years. Packing up, senior brother. Are you out of your mind? Li Peinan was impatient. Hurry up, tomorrow the ferry will depart. You and I are both on the list. Please transfer, this is a mission, you can't not go back even if you don't want to. Iceman's Sword's eyes lit up. Senior brother, is Azure Sky going to war again? Good. We can go back and guard our hometown. You said that we are all on the list, then how many brothers will go back this time? Who will lead the team? Is it easy to talk to them? Should we prepare some gifts in advance and pay them a visit at night? After the war, we won't come back, then it will be easier for us to open our mouth. Li Peinan looked at him. This guy might look a little silly, but fortune favors fools. It's not a war, but a specialized training trip. This time, there are a total of 300 Yuaniing perfected monarchs traveling together. Iceman's Sword was even more confused, but he knew something was going to happen. He hurriedly took out the immortal wine he had stashed away, poured a cup for senior brother, and waited on him. Li Peinan's eyes were smiling, not because of the wine, but because he was happy. According to the news from Azure Sky, the Grandpa Big Tree in Zhuju has been transferred, and a new carnate spiritual treasure has arrived. I heard it's called the Swan Ni treasure ship. I can't find out the exact reason, but I heard that the Grandpa Swan Ni is closer to my Shenyuan than the Big Tree. Therefore, the sect has ordered that all those in the late stage of Yuanying who are not sure of their upper realm, and those who are struggling in the perfected monarch realm, must return to Zhuju and cultivate inside the treasure ship. I heard that it's very beneficial for cultivators who are trying to break through to the next realm, especially for those like us who have comprehended and have a state of mind, but are lacking in foundation. It's especially targeted. That's why I said, you're lucky. You found a way out when you were about to die. Isn't that wonderful? Iceman Sword was still a little confused. The Grandpa Big Tree has left. I haven't been in there yet, but this is really good news, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When we go back this time, will Sister Yatu and the rest go back with us? Li Peinan shook his head. Those who have the ability have to work hard. This is the tradition of my Shenyuan. Only people like you and me who don't work hard will rely on the power of the treasure ship. The higher-ups have said that such opportunities are rare, because our Shenyuan has an agreement with the treasure ship. We can't allow the cultivators below to take shortcut. It's only because the universe is in chaos and the epoch is changing, or else the sect will definitely not agree to such a thing. Why, you still have the heart to struggle to break through to the upper realm? Iceman Sword shook his head. I know my limits, I won't pretend to be a wolf. Chapter 1498. Lu Xiaoyi was in the void, and the beast tide behind him was getting bigger and bigger. Among all the cultivation creatures in the universe, void beasts were the ones with the lowest intelligence. Only they could form such an inexplicable beast tide. If it were the demonic beasts, it would be impossible. The so-called beast tide was actually a collective psychological venting due to the long-term survival in the universe and the uncertainty about the future of the universe's background environment. It was a concrete manifestation of insecurity. Due to the lack of social interaction and communication, the changes in the outside world made these native creatures of the universe feel anxious. They could feel that there was an inexplicable change happening in the universe, but they didn't know the source of this change, nor did they know whether the direction of this change was good or bad for them. They didn't have a stable system, no preachers, and either had no connection with each other or relied on violence. There was no superior to explain to them why the universe was changing like this. Why did the Great Tao collapse? Why did some of their abilities that were related to the collapse of the Great Tao become different from before? No one told them these things. When their uneasiness and anxiety accumulated to a certain extent, they would fall into a mass distrust. If something unexpected happened at this time, the beast tide would surge, and a large-scale beast tide would be unavoidable. They needed a way to vent their emotions. As for the original reason for the beast tide, it wasn't too important. This actually had something to do with Lu Xiaoyi's escape method. If it were a spell cultivator running for their lives here, they wouldn't run so boldly. They would hide in space after killing the void beasts that provoked them. Through caution, they would avoid the places where the void beasts were densest. Then, they wouldn't be able to create such a huge commotion. Lu Xiaoyi, on the other hand, ran in a straight line. He never thought of hiding in a spell cultivator's way. In addition, the universe's hidden changes in the past 1,000 years, as well as some inexplicable reasons, caused the beast tide to start. Even if he wanted to do it, he wouldn't be able to do it so perfectly. When he realized this point, he was actually in a bit of a difficult position to back down. With so many people behind him, it was impossible to use spatial techniques to hide. Not to mention him, even an expert in spatial magic wouldn't be able to do it. At this point, other than running forward, there was no better way. His advantage was that he was not only fast, but he also had the ability to fight while moving. This made some of the void beasts at the front unable to completely stop him with their divine abilities. He could always fight and flee at the same time, just like a slippery mouse. At this point, it was a competition of patience. What made Lu Xiaoyi feel awkward was that both humans and void beasts did not seem to lack patience, nor was there a problem with physical strength. They could keep running like this for their entire lives. Of course, the beast tide could not last forever. There would be a day when it would subside. It depended on when these less intelligent species could get rid of the violence and fear in their hearts. Lu Xiaoyi actually had another method to weaken the beast tide. For example, sky drilling. He originally wanted to do this, but a novel idea made him give up on the celestial phenomenon. He felt that in this vast starry sky, there was actually something more worth exploring than the celestial phenomenon. For example, the human domain. The Henghe domain. In this domain, dozens of universes of various sizes were entangled together. They were roughly divided into the Henghe domain, the human domain, the beast territory, and the void beasts territory. The space was somewhat intertwined, and those who were not residents of this domain would not be able to distinguish it clearly. They could only vaguely see it. Lu Xiaoyi didn't know the exact location of Henghe realm, but he had a detailed star map from Bohol's Spoils of War. The map clearly marked out the location of Henghe realm. Relatively speaking, the beast territory was still relatively far from the Henghe domain, but the void beast's territory was very close. It was so close that from his current position, it seemed like it would only take him 3 years. The distance of 3 years seemed unreachable when one's cultivation level was low. It was like a long journey. However, if he wanted to travel for 1,000 years, then the delay of a few years was nothing more than a small interlude. It was not worth mentioning. He did not want to go to the Henghe domain now, but if there was such an opportunity now, and such a huge momentum, why not? The only thing he needed to consider was whether the beast tide could last for another 3 years. If they left the void beast's territory, would they still be able to be as unrestrained as they were now? He could give it a try. If the void beasts did not follow him after entering the human domain, then even if he successfully escaped, he would not foolishly charge forward again. However, if the void beasts continued, if there was a swarm of insects behind him, he would not do this. This was because Zerg was hated by humans because they would invade the human domain and harm mortals. The void beasts did not. Domains with an atmosphere were highly toxic to them. It was a place they could not avoid. Thus, he began to turn slightly, drawing a large curve. What made him speechless was that the energetic void beasts did not feel like they were lagging behind at all. Perhaps to them, chasing this human was no longer important. What was more important was to get rid of the inexplicable uneasiness in their hearts about the changes in the universe. It was like a grand parade of the century for the heavenly axiom to see. The void beasts' lives were also lives. During this process, Lu Xiaoyi picked out a set of standard Henghe cultivator attire from the Henghe domain's treasury, as well as a few extremely colorful artifacts of the Henghe domain. He had to pretend. He could be chased by the void beasts, but he could not be chased by the people of Henghe domain like this. He also knew what his name was, how capable he was, and how much he could eat. The void beasts were mighty and overwhelming. There were already more than 30,000 of them, and this was still within the range of his divine sense. There must be many more that he could not sense and were lagging behind. Such a large number was enough to make the people of Henghe domain suffer. This was a completely random prank. The key to success or failure was after leaving the void beast's territory and entering the human domain. If a large number of void beasts were lost during this process, then it meant that the plan was not feasible. It couldn't be that the void beasts had all run away, and Lu Xiaoyi was the only one left to dive in like a fool, right? Because the boundaries of the space were very blurry, he could only confirm that the void beasts were still standing strong after flying for a few months. On the contrary, because they were in an unfamiliar domain, the void beasts rarely fell behind. This was because they were also afraid of being ganged up on. Following closely behind the main group was the only thing they could do. Lu Xiaoyi spread out his divine sense. There was already an unfamiliar fluctuation of spiritual vigor in front of him. This was already within the sphere of influence of the Henghe domain. Since the guest had arrived, the host could not possibly hide forever, right? Void beasts are attacking. Void beasts are attacking. Senior brother in front, please send an urgent message. I am Xia Biazian, and I swear to live and die with Henghe domain. Chapter 1499. Actually, there was no need for him to do anything unnecessary. With such a huge group of void beasts approaching, the warning system of the Hung River realm would naturally send a message to the realm. Before the main force arrived, the cultivators of the Hung River realm who were active in this area were also spontaneously gathering. Protecting the realm was the basic responsibility of any realm cultivator. There was no need for anyone to teach them this. Of course, they wouldn't forcefully resist before the human cultivators had completely gathered, but they would definitely hold them back from the periphery and wait for an opportunity. If there were void beasts flying loosely, they would definitely go up and kill a few to vent their anger. In this kind of environment, it was the best chance for Lu Xiaoyi to escape, but he wasn't sure if the void beasts would still aim in the direction of the Hung River realm if he really ran away. In the eyes of the other cultivators of the Hung River realm, this unfamiliar senior brother's performance was very brave. Flying alone in front, wanting to use his own strength to resist the beast tide, but he had the heart to kill the enemy, he was powerless to reverse the situation. Clearly, this brave person of the Hung River realm already had his magic power depleted and couldn't launch any effective attacks, but he still persevered, not caring about the treasures in his hands, still relying on the power of the exploding treasures to cause damage to the void beasts behind him. Of course, they didn't know that it wasn't that this guy's magic power was depleted, but that he didn't dare to make a move, because once he made a move, he would be exposed. As for the exploding treasures, they weren't his treasures. Why would he feel heartache? A cultivator of the Hung River realm shouted, "Fly this way, your direction is wrong, it's too close to the realm." Lu Xiaoyi didn't refuse, because he knew what it meant to go too far. If he really lured the beast tide to the Hung River realm, it might not really cause any harm to this realm, but he would probably have to start another round of escape. Knowing when to stop and when to stop was the only way for a cultivator to survive. Thus, he turned towards the direction of the cultivator who shouted, but under the pressure of the huge group of void beasts behind him, how could it be easy to quickly turn? If the angle of the turn was too big, it would be very easy for the beast tide to crash into him from behind, so he could only deviate bit by bit. It had to be said that the Hung River cultivators who were assisting outside did their best. They also knew that it was very inappropriate to let the void beast tide directly crash into the Hung River realm. Thus, they used attacks from the side to restrain and draw aggro, hoping to divert the beast tide's direction. Working together, Lu Xiaoyi was finally no longer the main target of the void beasts. More and more Hung River cultivators joined them. Among them, there was no lack of truly brave ones. It could also be said that the rash ones were swept into the beast tide. That was the place where they couldn't be any more dead. Lu Xiaoyi kept a low profile and slowly withdrew from the front line. He knew that he had to leave. Amidst the chaos, the beast tide went berserk, and the spirit vigor was incomparably chaotic. Furthermore, there were no Hung River tier cultivators appearing for the time being, so he could still pass them off as genuine. But if he really did establish some order, with the Hung River Great Cultivator coordinating the rules, his clumsy disguise wouldn't be able to fool anyone. The people of Hung River Tier were very scheming. This point could be seen from Bohuazo's invasion alone, Curry's courageous retreat, and even the Hung River realm's faint core role in this space war. It could be seen that this realm was difficult to deal with. He couldn't let his guard down just because things were going smoothly for him. It would cost him his life. He had already completely retreated from the direction of the void beast tide. As for how much trouble these impulsive fellows would cause, that wasn't something he should consider. In this beast tide incident, what he focused on was the reaction of this realm, the spirit of the cultivators, the spirit of the individuals, and the cohesiveness of the group. They were able to gather a considerable amount of power so quickly in a place that was less than half a year away from the Hung River realm. When he retreated, there were already over 100 people. This was enough to show that this was a realm that spread outwards and outwards. They were very united. While restraining the beast tide, there were also a few cultivators who didn't hesitate to put themselves in danger. They didn't do it to save Lu Xiaoyi, but for the absolute safety of the realm. In the end, these cultivators didn't manage to escape. But before they died, they were calm and composed, as if they were about to go to a paradise. This kind of orthodoxy was very scary. These were only the scattered cultivators floating around the periphery of the Heng River. When the true core cultivators of the Heng River realm arrived, it was obvious what would happen. He retreated further and further. Finally, he found a chance to escape from the darkness without attracting attention. Then, he left at full speed. Not long after, a ball of incomparably dazzling light suddenly exploded behind him. It was like a star erupting, illuminating a large area of the sky. This was the power of a peak young spirit. Even though he was so far away, he seemed to be able to feel the heat coming from his back. This was 1,000,000 miles away, right in the center of the void beast tide. The young spirit of the Heng River realm had made a move. The speed at which it came was also beyond his expectations. Only a month had passed since he started to meet the cultivators of the Heng River realm. There was still less than half a year's distance from the Heng River realm. Such a fast reaction could only mean that the Heng River realm had also set up young spirits outside the sky. If he had left a few moments later, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape the young spirit's vision. Callie knew how to retreat when the tide was against him, and so did he. That was why they were able to survive. The best way to deal with the void beasts was not the flying sword group, not the blood river, and not the spell formation of the magic cultivators. The best way was the power of light. Because they had been in the dark and boundless universe for a long time and had never entered the domain of the middle of the night, the vision of the void beasts was unusually developed in the dark. They could easily see things tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of miles away. However, there were gains and losses. They could see far in the dark, but they would be blind in the light. This young spirit's method was very targeted. Just this one move would blind most of the void beasts in a short period of time. When the void beasts suddenly faced the light, it was like when humans suddenly faced the darkness. It wasn't just a problem of not being able to see things. It was also a huge psychological pressure that would make the already nervous void beasts even more nervous. It made them feel danger, but they didn't know where the danger came from. As a result, they would involuntarily launch a self-defense attack against any abnormalities that appeared near their bodies. In other words, once this sun appeared, the beast tide would no longer be there, and they would fall into complete panic. Without a consistent direction, they would be meat on the chopping board of human cultivators. It was a very accurate attack. Lu Xiaoyi didn't even look back as he sped up and left. He didn't think that relying on these void beasts would be able to achieve any goals. It was too unrealistic. He had seen what he needed to see. When it came to the strength of the Heng River domain, such a simple test was more convincing than anything else. It was all accurate. He had successfully lured the beast tide. According to the star chart, Lu Xiaoyi once again planned his route. He couldn't return to the void beast's territory and start over again. So, if he went diagonally from here, it wouldn't take too much time. This was because more than 10 years ahead of him, there was a symbolic domain that the Lord of Simplicity had once mentioned to him, the chaotic weave. Chapter 1500. After flying for a few years, he had completely left the Heng River realm's airspace and entered a new barren space. 10 more kilometers ahead was the Chaos Weave. The Chaos Weave was not a single realm. It meant that there were many small and medium-sized realms in this space. Because they were relatively close to each other, everyone was mixed together. It was very difficult to have the strict standards of the cultivation world to divide realms. It was very vague. Because there was no heaven and earth great membrane, it was common for them to fight and attack each other for various reasons. Because they were too small and remote, their conflicts did not affect the overall situation, so no one paid attention to them. After tens of thousands of years, it had become a way of survival for them. It had become a habit and no one would find it strange. This realm could be said to be Lu Xiaoyi's landmark in the main world. When he arrived here, it proved that he had not been on the wrong path for the past 50 years and was on the right path. In this space, there were very few astronomical phenomena, which was in accordance with the laws of the universe. In the airspace with frequent astronomical phenomena, because it was too cold and too hot, it was not suitable for humans to live in. Naturally, there would not be any decent cultivation civilization. Lu Xiaoyi did not think about anything else. He sat on his floating raft and cultivated while studying the Hung River realm's orthodoxy. He had a premonition that he would have to deal with this orthodoxy again in the future, and it would not be a pleasant one. His prediction was not very accurate, because the exchange came much faster than he had imagined. On the side of the floating raft, there was a faint fluctuation of spiritual vigor. This made him, who had been bored for a long time, a little interested. He was not traveling like this purely for the sake of traveling, so he did not mind poking his nose into other people's business and watching the fun. This was human nature, and he was no exception. Traveling through the universe was too lonely, so he had to find some entertainment for himself. There were very few astronomical phenomena here. Although he could not find the truth in the astronomical phenomena, he could find it in people. He removed the floating raft and moved forward. Not long after, he found the scene of a fight. More than 10 cultivators were mixed together and fighting very fiercely. The center of the battle was on the left and right sides of a medium-sized floating raft. On one side, there were 9 cultivators with various Daoist doctrines. Among them, there were 2 perfected monarchs and the rest were Yuanian cultivators. On the other side, there were 6 cultivators but only 1 perfected monarch. Numbers could not determine the direction of the battle, because in the battle, the group of 9 people was somewhat embarrassed. They were actually suppressed by 6 people, and it seemed that they would not be able to hold on. Lu Xiaoyi did not step forward. Instead, he maintained his usual attitude and watched from afar. This was because in the universe, there were very few things that were purely right and wrong. It was a story that required 2 hands to clap. As an outsider, one would never be able to figure out the true inside story. Therefore, the best way to do things in the universe was to follow one's instincts. At the very least, one would be able to satisfy one's own mood. If one had to decide based on right and wrong, one would realize that one had made a mistake in the end. Wouldn't that be disgusting? What truly left him unmoved was that the 6 cultivators were clearly on the defensive side of the mid-sized floating raft, while the 9 cultivators of mixed orthodoxies were more like space pirate. This space was very chaotic. Lu Xiaoyi had already encountered a few groups of space pirates like this, so he had some understanding of them. In this cultivation world, no one was willing to be a real bandit. However, in the chaotic weave, there were frequent battles between realms. It was common for cultivators who had lost their foundation to wander outside. Some of them joined a new master, and some of them became space pirates to maintain their cultivation. It was their own choice. The reason why they did not help the mid-sized floating raft fight against the space pirates was because the orthodoxy of these 6 people was the Hung River cultivators. Recently, he had interacted with the people of Hung River many times, so it was not strange. In this space, the Hung River realm was the strongest, so it was normal for Hung River cultivators to appear in the surroundings. It did not make sense that such a strong orthodoxy would have cultivators guarding it tightly, not stepping out of the main door and not leaving the second door. What he was curious about was the orthodoxy of these 6 Hung River cultivators. Unlike Bohuazuo and Kali, these 6 people's orthodoxy was more remote. Perhaps in the eyes of orthodox Daoist cultivators, this was actually a very common orthodoxy in the cultivation world. It was just that in the hands of the people of Hung River, they were even more brazen and open. This was the Hung River realm's Tanduo lineage. Bohol's collection of books had a very detailed introduction to this. Its teachings were about reproduction and reproduction. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of Taoists, it was actually about cultivating the Buddha of joy. This was not rare in the entire cultivation world. After all, it was dual cultivation. Where did dual cultivation come from, and when did it start? It was impossible to investigate in detail, but in Bohuazuo's books, it was clear that the dual cultivation orthodoxy of the Hung River realm was highly revered. He thought that it was ancient enough and was the ancestor of dual cultivation. Lu Xiaoyi scoffed at this. Damn it, since the beginning of humanity, this could not be missing. Otherwise, how could humanity continue? You just had to say that you were the ancestor of dual cultivation. How shameless. It could only be said that in places where Taoists flourished, etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame were important. Therefore, There were some things that had to be hidden. It might be a little hypocritical, but in the history of human development, hypocrisy was not necessarily derogatory. It could also promote the progress of humanity and the birth of civilization. Some places were different. Openly promoting this kind of instinct was another kind of thinking. You could say that it was shameless, but you could not say that it was wrong. In the Tanduo lineage, the transcendental wisdom of nirvana, prajna, represented the creative vitality of women. Another cultivation method, convenience, represented the creative vitality of men. They were respectively symbolized by the transformative lotus flower of Kuan and the transformative Vajra rod of Qian. Through the imagined convergence of yin and yang and the real yoga method of pleasure between men and women, the nirvana state of prajna and convenience were fused into one. These things were all recorded in Bohuazuo's books. To be honest, it was a little subversive to his understanding. Because of his habits from his previous life, some of his views had completely changed. Was the lotus still holy? What was yoga actually about? Its idol was called the Heaven of Joy, also known as the Heaven of Elephant's Nose or the Heaven of Freedom. It was shaped like a couple embracing each other, with an elephant head and a human body. The male heaven was the eldest son of the Heaven of Freedom, the desolate god who harmed the world. The female heaven was the incarnation of Guanyin. She hugged him and won his favor. She suppressed his violence and was called the Heaven of Joy. What kind of nonsense was all this? He was too lazy to delve into the doctrines. What he was curious about was the fighting style of these 6 people. Obviously, these were 3 couples. Of course, it was also possible that they were not couples at all. Would those who cultivated the Heaven of Joy care about this? Perhaps it would be more accurate to call them friends. Their strength came from each other. Because they cultivated the same method, they could unleash a power that was greater than 1 + 1. In addition, the 6 of them were from the same Daoist school. Each of them could even shift their positions and obtain strength from different male and female bodies. This was similar to a small special magic circle. However, what connected them was not the rigid things of Taoism. It was more vivid and lively. Lu Xiaoyi kind of liked this. Well, he decided to add some fun to this boring journey. However, the prerequisite was that he had to chop off the elephant trunks first. Chapter 1501. Lu Xiaoyi's appearance attracted the attention of both parties. The robe he was wearing caused everyone to misunderstand. Ever since the trip to the Hung River boundary, he had never changed out of this unique robe. Obviously, the feeling he gave to both parties was different. The space pirates immediately wanted to retreat, but the people of Hung River boundary stepped up their counterattack. Their leader, True Lord Hung He, obviously hated this group of space pirates and did not want them to leave easily. Therefore, he decisively changed his somewhat conservative strategy and formed a Mahesvara formation with the 6 of them, trapping the 9 of them inside. This kind of fighting method was slightly risky. Although they had a certain advantage, it was obviously impossible to swallow all 9 of them in one go, so they had never used it. But the appearance of a Hung River sect cultivator allowed him to see a sliver of opportunity. The person who came was a true monarch. Based on his understanding of his own domain, his side had already occupied an absolute advantage, so he could increase his appetite a little. Once the Freedom Sky Formation was formed, the new true monarch Hung River came to help. Although he could not kill all of the space pirates, it was possible to kill most of them. Realizing the danger, the space pirates began to struggle desperately. Having lived such a bloody life in the void of the universe for a long time, the intuition of battle had been deeply engraved in their blood. They knew that the robbery this time had failed and that they should not linger any longer. The battle was originally in a stalemate, but because of Lu Xiaoyi's appearance, there were immediately casualties. The Freedom Sky Formation was indeed tight, but it was a little beyond the capabilities of the people of Hung River boundary. Under the desperate struggle of the space pirates, a Hung River boundary cultivator was killed and 2 space pirates were buried with him. The space pirates in the Chaos Dominion didn't lack fighting experience, and they didn't lack fighting will either. This was determined by the history of war in the Chaos Dominion. To be able to survive in such an environment and make a living by robbing, None of them were easy to deal with. They were all fierce and ruthless. This kind of change should not have happened in the first place. The reason why the people of Hung River boundary could form the Freedom Sky Formation was because they had reinforcements from the same boundary. The problem was that the reinforcements were still standing at the side and did not have any intention of joining in. Hung River boundary cultivators roam the universe and should help each other without fear of danger. This is the rule of the Hung River boundary. Which temple are you from? How dare you ignore the rules and watch the fire burn across the river? Aren't you afraid that Lice Granny will punish you? Lu Xiaoyi shrugged. I'm sorry. This set of clothes was picked up from the void, and it was just enough to cover the body. As for the lice woman you mentioned, I don't know her. Did he not like to bathe? Why is she called Lice Granny? He didn't want to rely on the disguise of these clothes to achieve any goals. It was one thing to be in the Henghe sector, but now that he was in the void of the universe, a swordsman shouldn't be so wretched and sneaky. The moment Lu Xiao spoke, the mentality of both parties changed again. The remaining space pirates became even more desperate. They didn't want to run away for the time being. It wasn't entirely because of this unknown cultivator, as long as he didn't help the people of Hung River. In a specific battle, the 6 people of Hung River were the most difficult to deal with due to their teamwork. Now that one of them was dead, the overall attack and defense would be greatly reduced. To the space pirates who sought revenge for the smallest grievance, the opportunity now belonged to them. Hung River True Lord immediately realized that he had made a mistake in his judgment. He had treated the opponent or someone unrelated to him as a helper, and he had taken a risk in order to get a quick victory. Now that the consequences had appeared, the originally advantageous situation began to be balanced. Just from this stranger's words, he knew that this person was definitely not a cultivator of Hung River, because no cultivator of Hung River would be so disrespectful to Lice Granny. That was a serious crime. The problem now was not that reinforcements had arrived, but that this person should not join the other side. Therefore, he didn't dare to say too much. If he didn't know this person's background, he would make a mistake if he said too much. If he pushed this person into the other side's camp, that would be the real problem. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care about what the two parties thought. He just wanted to watch the show. Although the fifth ring was also a den of bandits, their methods were different from those of the chaotic weave. These people really didn't leave anyone alive. He had encountered them a few times after entering this space, and they weren't worth helping. Of course, the Hung River domain wasn't worth it either. There were still people on the medium-sized floating raft. But they didn't come out, which was very strange. The raft was full of goods, but who knew what was inside? In the cultivation world, some goods that were incompatible with space couldn't be stored in spatial storage rings. This was also why the fifth ring and the clear sky continent had to be connected by floating rafts. It wasn't as simple as a few cultivators carrying a full hand of storage rings. There was always something special about natural treasures. The battle became even more intense. The Hung River domain's unrestrained sky formation had been broken, but now the space pirates no longer thought about how to leave. Instead, they became even more courageous. This wasn't the normal way of doing things. For any raiding group, they had to consider their own costs. If they lost their precious manpower just to snatch a ticket, the gains would not make up for the losses. Either there was an old grudge, or they had their eyes on the goods on the floating raft. He didn't care about these things. He only cared about how to wrap things up after both sides suffered losses. His goal was clear. He wanted to understand more about the Hung River domain. Bohuazo's book collection could only provide a partial perspective, and he didn't dare to go to the Hung River domain. Then, getting 2 living people from the Hung River domain to ask around would be very attractive. This was something he hadn't thought of before coming here. Now that he had such an opportunity, and it was to cultivate the elephant trunk god, this discussion could be very in-depth. It was very important to find a way to intervene. He wanted to get some things, so he couldn't let others resist him too much. And he really wanted to kill a few of them. He was willing to try out the creativity of Prajna. As for convenience, he would replace it with his own body. He was a reasonable person. The battle at the scene became white hot. The space pirates thought that they had the advantage, but in the end, they made the same mistake as the Hung River domain. As cultivators under the system, the Hung River domain had many abilities that the small domains couldn't understand. After such a battle, the Hung River domain lost a female cultivator and killed 3 more space pirates. The battle became 4 against 4. This time, the space pirates were finally prepared to give up. Luckily, until now, no one had the ability to kill the other, but before they left, there was still a problem that needed to be solved. It was that stranger who was watching the show. To the Hung River domain, this person didn't play a good role, because they could have used the unrestrained sky formation to slowly gain victory, but now they had to pay with 2 lives. It was the same for the space pirates. If this person wasn't from the Hung River domain, then why didn't he help them? This caused them to make a mistake in their judgment. 5 out of 9 people died, and they could only flee in defeat. When both sides showed signs of hostility, Lu Xiaoyi knew that he had seen trouble while watching the show. Indeed, the show in the cultivation world wasn't so fun to watch, especially when you haven't shown your abilities. Chapter 1502. The Galactic Pirates were the first to attack. You're not from the chaotic borders. Where did this spy come from? Why don't you tell us the truth? The people of Henghe River surrounded him from the other side. They wanted to know the reason. Where did you get this outfit? It has the unique symbol of the Swahili temple on it. How could you have picked it up out of nowhere? Tell us. Which senior martial brother did you harm to get his clothes and accessories? Lu Xiaoyi brought this upon himself. This was the price he had to pay for watching the show. Humans would not thank him for not attacking them. As long as he did not help them, he would be punished and killed. Especially when both sides had paid a heavy price and were in urgent need of an outlet, he was the best scapegoat. He slowly retreated and mocked, "You're done fighting? You're shaking hands and making peace. You chose to keep the peace because the other side was difficult to deal with? You're talking tough, but it's just to cover up your fear of death. I hate people who only put on a show halfway through and write eunuchs. Although I'm also a freeloader, that's not a reason for you to be unprofessional." The 2 groups of people were angered by his words. In fact, this kind of result was very common in cosmic conflicts. When you realized that you could not threaten the other side, or that you had to pay a heavy price, no matter how big the grudge was, you would choose to lay down and wait for the future. Not to mention them, even when the Buddhists attacked the 5th ring and Heaven's Choice besieged Juzian, didn't they retreat after suffering such heavy casualties? Actually, the nature was the same. One of the perfected monarchs among the galactic pirates attacked first. He had his reasons for being so impatient. His anger was just an act. His main purpose was to prevent the news of this medium-sized floating raft from spreading, including the details of the cargo and the route. If this person was also a member of the galactic pirates in the chaotic borders, they would not be able to eat alone. His attack was a side branch of orthodox Daoist spells. Although it was powerful, it was still not enough for Lu Xiaoyi. He moved to the other side, and at this time, another true lord of star pirates attacked at the right time. He used star magic, and dozens of burning meteorites smashed down with great power. Lu Xiaoyi had no choice but to change his position again. The direction he could move to was very limited. He could only move to the side of the Hung He people who had yet to make a move. His figure had just appeared near the Hung River cultivators when a holy river silently swept over. This was not the acquired spiritual treasure, the long scroll of the Hung River, but a pure spell. In the Hung River system, there were many spells that used the Hung River as the foundation. It was also the spiritual sustenance of a domain. Lu Xiaoyi was swept into the river. True Lord Hung He was already prepared to capture him. He was very clear that this person must be related to the Hung River domain. Otherwise, he would not be wearing the Swahili temple's sacrificial attire. He had to figure out the whole story. Whether it was an individual or a domain's action, he had to maintain the authority of the Hung River domain in the nearby airspace. The universe was in chaos, and people's minds were changing. Many domains were becoming restless. They had to be prepared for a rainy day. Otherwise, Once this momentum was established, there would be endless trouble. The three perfected monarchs attacked without any prior discussion. However, their coordination was perfect. This was also the battle instinct of perfected monarchs. The Hung River wrapped around the opponent. Countless souls of the believers rushed forward madly. When the cultivators of other orthodoxies encountered this sudden change, few of them could deal with it easily. Next, they just had to use their secret spells and take advantage of the situation to lock the magic power of the person who entered the river. True Lord Hung He was very experienced in this. He had traveled the universe for many years and was no stranger to this. Just as he kept the river in front of him, a person jumped out from it unexpectedly. With a wave of his hand, a 3-foot-long sword suddenly slashed down. Without any mental preparation, how could true Lord Hung He dodge such a sudden sword attack? Unfortunately, this true Lord Hung He did not have the shrieking Lin Jiaxiang. He also did not give Lu Xiaoyi a chance to see it. The secret of the Hung River was torn into pieces by the sudden explosion of the sword aura. To Lu Xiaoyi, the secret spells of the Hung River orthodoxy were indeed very mysterious. However, to the cultivators of the Hung River sect, the sharpness of the sword Dao was also something they had never come into contact with. One was intentional, the other was unintentional. This collision came and went quickly. The outcome was already decided. Before the long sword in his hand struck the target, another sword light appeared out of nowhere. With the power and changes of his sword, how could the Yuanying of the joyful Buddha, the last cultivator, dodge his unpredictable flying sword? Almost at the same time, the two Hung River sect cultivators died. Among the 6 cultivators of the Hung River sect, only the 2 Kuan cultivators with the great wisdom body were left. Lu Xiaoyi looked behind him at the 4 galactic pirates who were rushing over. He had a faint smile on his face and did not say anything. Although he did not do anything, it made the 4 of them feel a chill in their heart. They had fought with true Lord Hung He for such a long time that they knew the true strength of the 6 people. It could be said that the 6 cultivators of the Hung River sect were provoked by this person alone. Before the formation was formed, the 2 true lords and the 2 Yuanying were only barely able to resist him. His strength was high, and he was also a first-class expert in the Hung River orthodoxy. He was also the person they were most afraid of. The reason why they did not want to be entangled with the people of Hung River sect was not so much that they did not have the advantage in numbers, but rather that it was the power of this true Lord Hung He. However, this kind of person only needed one sword attack in the hands of an unfamiliar cultivator. This was a swordsman. The most eye-catching orthodoxy in the universe recently. Hearing about it was not as good as seeing it in person, but seeing it in person was far better than hearing about it. There was no sword vein orthodoxy in the chaotic dominion, so this must be a foreign traveler, and not one of their peers, a galactic pirate. The leader of the true lords was a little hesitant, but he still spoke. He was a little unwilling. Fellow Daoist, our attack just now was a little rash. We really did not know your background, so we did not care about morality. However, we have something to ask of you. I see that you are also a traveler passing by and do not know the inside story of the chaotic dominion. I wonder if you can listen to us? Lu Xiaoyi did not bat an eyelid. Speak. There were 2 female disciples of the Merry Buddha behind him. They were native beauties of the Hung River sect. However, in the Hung River sect, women were always in a state of domination. They did not have the right to speak, and were just subordinates. When their other halves, the so-called main body of the elephant trunk, were killed, they were at a loss. The key was that they did not dare to run, because they could feel a faint killing intent targeting them. It was hanging above their heads and could fall at any time. With the example of their companions, they knew very well that they had no chance in front of this terrifying swordsman. The orthodoxy of the joyful Buddha was divided into primary and secondary. In Hung River, a place where male power reigned supreme, the division of abilities was also very obvious. Their main abilities were defense and support. Once they left their main body, it was as if they had lost their backbone, not only psychologically but also in terms of ability. In reality, they were subordinate tools in the Hung River sect's cultivation system. Chapter 1503. The pirate leader was very straightforward. He knew that he couldn't fight the swordsman head-on. With his rich battle experience, he knew what a powerful swordsman meant to them. Thus, he slapped the top of his head and summoned his yin spirit to swear an oath. "I don't dare lie to you. If I break this oath, the gods will not be able to surpass the heavens." He was very smart. He knew that he had to gain the swordsman's trust first. Even if they couldn't become friends, the swordsman would at least believe his words. As for the future, it would depend on the swordsman's attitude. However, seeing how merciless he was towards the people of Hung River, he knew that he wouldn't side with them. In the Chaos Weave, there is a special item that can't be found anywhere else in the universe. It's called the Wings of Cloud, and it has a special spatial ability. It's a non-living thing, but it's also a living thing. It's hidden in the void of the universe, but it can only be found in the Chaos Weave. It's very mysterious. Ordinary people can't see the Wings of Cloud. In the history of the Chaos Weave, everyone treated them as the guardian spirits of the Chaos Weave. They were auspicious items, and no one was willing to capture them, let alone use them to refine cultivation items. However, there are always people who don't care about history and the future of the Chaos Weave. They don't care about the common sense of the Chaos Weave, and they collude with the outside world to destroy the Chaos Weave's destiny. They willfully capture the Wings of Cloud and sell them to other world. That other world is the Hung River realm. They transport the most unique spices from the Hung River realm just so they can attract the Wings of Cloud in the Chaos Weave. Then they transport the Wings of Cloud back to the Hung River realm and reap huge profit. This doesn't conform to the ideals of the people of the Chaos Weave. We believe that if the swordsman disappeared from the Chaos Weave, it would be the end of the Chaos Weave. Although there is no basis for this, our ancestors have coexisted peacefully with the Wings of Cloud for tens of thousands of years, allowing us to realize this point. This is a gift from the heavens, and some of us are destroying it. That's why we're here. We're here to intercept every ship that's going to the Chaos Weave. These spices are also the best of the Hung River realm. They can't be placed in the space, or else the Wings of Cloud wouldn't be addicted to them. Lu Xiaoyi said casually, "So, you are not space pirate?" The true monarch bitterly nodded. "No. We don't belong to any sect. No sect dared to openly oppose the Henghe realm because they were too powerful. Moreover, they had allies in the Chaos Weave. We're all organized by the forces of different realms. We're disguised as space pirates and patrolling this area, hoping to find floating rafts transporting spices. Here, not only do we have to fight the people of Hung River Realm, but we also have to fight the space pirates and the agents of Hung River Realm in the Chaos Weave. Our brothers have been out for decades, and not many of them have been able to return safely. However, we have never lacked manpower, because every true chaotic border dweller understands the significance of doing so." Lu Xiaoyi was non-committal. Where there was oppression, there would be resistance. This was the same principle in the cultivation world. However, there were many ways to resist, and this method of cutting off the source of the spice was undoubtedly the most clumsy one. He didn't want to care about these things. To be honest, he didn't have the ability to do so. Any realm with humans would have similar methods of oppression. However, the existence of the Henghe realm made it a little more special for him. 5 rings meant that they weren't bullying. They were even more unscrupulous. However, he didn't mind letting these people go. After all, they were a group of respectable people who were doing this for their home. Things like this would never be solved unless the root of the problem was eliminated. These fake space pirates didn't tell him their names, and neither did Lu Xiaoyi. They still lacked the most basic level of trust. Lu Xiaoyi didn't need this kind of trust because trust needed time to ferment. How long could he stay here? If he didn't have time to settle down, the end result of interacting with these people would be the people of Hung River Realm. As a swordsman, he had caused a lot of trouble for the Henghe realm recently. He had ruined the business of the beast territory and even pulled the beast tide over. These things couldn't be hidden from cultivators with great abilities, especially this mysterious Henghe orthodoxy. He didn't beat around the bush. The right and wrong of your chaotic weave have nothing to do with me. However, I can let you take what's on this floating raft. It's also a reward for the deaths of these people. However, you must leave these people behind. I have other uses for them." The cultivators from the chaotic weave were overjoyed. They had worked so hard and 5 of their companions had died. Wasn't it all for this? They thought that it was impossible and that they couldn't afford to buy these spices. However, they didn't expect the situation to turn around and they would see the light at the end of the tunnel. They bowed deeply but couldn't say any words of thanks because they had nothing to repay. The 4 of them rushed towards the floating raft. Although the 2 female bodhisattvas were anxious, they didn't dare to move an inch. This terrifying swordsman's murderous intent clearly told them that if they moved, they would die. Although they were Buddhists, they obviously hadn't cultivated to the point where they were willing to die. This was also the result of too much male power in the Henghi realm. There was another person on the raft who also had the cultivation of a perfected lord. However, the strange thing was that he didn't come out during the battle. The people of Henghi realm either died or surrendered, but he didn't move at all. Who knew what he was planning? These troubles could be left to the 4 of them. His spoils of war were these 2 bodhisattvas of joy. They had enchanting figures and were extremely charming. It was just that their skin was slightly dark. The universe was boundless and there were few people. Since it was urgent, he had to make do with them. It wasn't good to ask for too much. The 4 cultivators from the chaotic weave entered the floating raft and searched the entire cabin thoroughly. They didn't take any other necessities or valuables. They only took out all the spices. These spices could be placed in spatial storage rings and other similar storage spaces. It wouldn't hinder people from using them. Instead, it would retain the fragrance for a longer time due to the enclosed environment. However, this was only for humans. 4 fairies like the wings of cloud and sky, because they were the spirits of space, they were especially sensitive to space. As long as the spices were placed in a storage space of different dimensions, they would be able to feel it when they were taken out. Hence, they would lose the attraction of the spices. The 4 of them were very upright. They took out hundreds of thousands of kilograms of spices and didn't take them away. Instead, they burned them in the air. In fact, they only needed to place these spices into the spatial storage rings and then take them out to achieve the effect of the spices. They went through so much trouble to let Lu Xiaoyi understand that what they said was true and that they were really here for these spices. They weren't lying. Under the cultivator's true fire, the spices were burned to ashes, leaving only a strong fragrance in the air. Lu Xiaoyi wasn't used to it. He didn't like this kind of smell. He preferred the elegance of jasmine flowers. This was a different choice from different orthodoxies. There wasn't any difference in quality. Chapter 1504. After the 4 cultivators finished burning the incense, the leader came to Lu Xiaoyi and bowed again. "I'm Jiang Sheng from the Brownstone realm. Thank you for your help. If you need anything when you pass by the Brownstone realm, just ask." He didn't wait for Lu Xiaoyi to say his name and was about to leave when he remembered something. "We won't tell anyone about this. After all, it's dangerous for us. Please don't worry. Also, there's a woman on the floating raft. She's from the biggest realm in the Chaos border, the Blue Pickle realm. She went to Hung River as a hostage and came back to visit her family. This woman's background is a bit... Well, the Blue Pickle realm is Hung River's most important ally in the Chaos border. That's why there's such a marriage. We didn't show our faces, so we're not afraid of her finding out. But if you travel with them, you have to be careful. These 3 women are very dangerous. You're traveling alone and unfamiliar with this place. Don't be confused." After Jiang Sheng finished speaking, he did not linger and left with his companions. However, the meaning behind his words was clear. Among the 3 women, the 2 were fond of the Buddha and the Bodhisattva, so they must have held a grudge and were looking for an opportunity to take revenge. However, the woman on the raft was not simple either. Although she was from the chaotic border, she wore the same pants as the Henghi boundary and was married to the Henghi boundary. Therefore, her attitude was very subtle. This was Jiang Sheng's warning. Few foreign cultivators who saw the bodhisattvas from the Hung River realm for the first time would not be tempted. Most of them had the idea that it would be a waste not to play, but it would be a waste not to use them. This idea was very dangerous. There was no need to say too much between supremes. No one climbed all the way up by luck, especially such a powerful swordsman. So with a little reminder, they should know what to do. Lu Xiaoyi didn't seem to hear and flew toward the floating raft. The two bodhisattvas followed obediently. Because of the murderous intent, they didn't relax at all. Entering the floating raft, a white-clothed female cultivator sat quietly with her legs crossed. She had the appearance of a fairy and was in line with Daoist aesthetics. But it seemed that this kind of woman couldn't enter the eyes of the people of Hung River Realm. This was a clash between two vastly different orthodoxies, not only in terms of cultivation techniques, but also in all aspects of life. It was a pity that such a good girl had married into a place like the Henghe realm. How should I address you? Lu Xiaoyi asked casually. This woman was troublesome. His original targets were only the two female bodhisattvas, which were easy to kill and easy to abandon. However, with the addition of this woman, it would be awkward. Moreover, he could not figure out what this woman was thinking. Was she an enemy or a friend? In the blue turquoise world, I am Baihua. In the Hung River, I am the Noga Saintess. Lu Xiaoyi didn't think much of it. The Saintess of Hung River? That's it, isn't it? In fact, everyone was very clear in their hearts. I killed your husband's family. Destroy your goods. What do you think? Baihua didn't care at all. That's not my husband. They're not my goods either. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a wanderer who wants to go home, that's all. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. In that case, steer the raft and go to the blue turquoise world. The woman in white seemed to be indifferent to everything. She didn't care about her own situation, life or death. She just did it silently, not even bothering to ask why. Lu Xiaoyi sighed in his heart. He had long discovered this person on the raft. When his divine perception reached out, the only thing he could feel was a kind of deathly stillness, despair towards life, cultivation, the future, and everything else. This wasn't something that could be faked. It could be seen from her indifference towards the 6 Hung River cultivators on the raft. If she really came out to fight, it would be easy to deal with her. However, her current state made things very difficult for him. He was someone who had seen the process. He wouldn't think that this woman was a good person just because she was from the chaotic border. He also wouldn't think of her as a bad person just because she married into the Hung River. At least, this woman had always been wearing the most traditional Daoist attire. This at least proved that she didn't forget her home in the Hung River. Most importantly, Lu Xiaoyi couldn't sense any aura of the joyful Buddha on her. This was even more strange. The empty cabin was very large. Lu Xiaoyi sat down in the most luxurious cabin on the raft. His eyes were filled with gold and jade, the standard Hung River style. Lu Xiaoyi nodded in satisfaction at the two well-behaved Hung River female bodhisattvas. Don't be shy, introduce yourselves. The slightly taller one opened her mouth. Shimani, Saintess of the Jiomo Temple. The slightly fuller one said, Su Erbi, Saintess of the Jiomo Temple. Great, both saintesses. What do you know? I have to know what you know before I can decide what you can do. I don't keep idle people here. You have to prove your worth so that I won't let you live in vain. The two saintesses looked at each other. Shimani hesitated. Sacrifice, God's servant, propagation, healing, cooking, weaving. She rambled on for a long time, but Lu Xiaoyi didn't understand anything. However, he clearly didn't care about these things. Healing was for mortals. It was actually a way to spread the teachings of a religion. Any religion that wanted to rise up would definitely know this. As for cooking, forget it. He'd rather eat the roasted lamb leg in his storage ring. What Lu Xiaoyi wanted to know the most was the structure of the Hung River realm, the distribution of power, the situation of the people, and other core issues. However, these things couldn't be asked too abruptly. It could easily cause conflict. In the end, if they gave him false statements, who could he find to verify them? When one reached the Yuanying realm, they had their own resistance to mental intrusion. Especially when it came to key areas, they would have a set of strict explanations in advance. Therefore, it wasn't very reliable to ask them separately. He could only take it slow. First, he had to close the distance between them and then find an opportunity. There were still a few years before he left the chaotic weave. It was enough time for him to get in touch with these seductive female bodhisattvas. Therefore, he said amiably, "I'm not from the Hung River realm. In this incident, I'm not the instigator. In fact, you were the ones who attacked me first. Is there a problem with me saying this?" The two female bodhisattvas nodded silently. This was the truth. In fact, from the beginning, this person was a stranger to them. He didn't make a move, nor did he say anything. As for what happened in the end, it definitely couldn't be blamed on only one side. It would be nonsense to say that this swordsman didn't have any ill intentions. However, the Hung River realm was the one who attacked first. In the universe, this was basic logic. I didn't kill you because I didn't want to completely fall out with the Hung River realm. It's only limited to the rules of the void and not the battle between orthodoxies. This way, there's still room for reconciliation. However, this doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want. If you want to regain your freedom, you'll have to pay the price. I have a bad temper and tend to overreact. If your actions make me feel threatened, I'm afraid I won't be able to control my flying sword. You too must be mentally prepared for this. Chapter 1505. Lu Xiaoyi didn't want to waste too much time on these Henghe bodhisattvas. They were all used to submitting to men. If you were too gentle, they would be confused. Be direct. Be violent. They were already spoils of war. There was no need to be so careful and considerate. In war, women were always the victims. He didn't want to change that. Did you think that others would treat you the same as you if you repaid evil with kindness? War was a continuation of bestiality. It was better to follow instinct. He didn't like to use virtue to inspire others. He was destined to be bruised all over. Moreover, he didn't seem to have any virtue. The so-called tolerance, benevolence, and righteousness must be done after the bad things have been done, and then repent. This way, it wouldn't affect the Taoist heart, and it would be beneficial. Since ancient times, powerful conquerors had always been like this, no matter if it was in this cultivation world or in his previous life. First, vent your anger, then reflect on your actions. Finally, you would achieve great results. Next time, you would have to do it all over again. How did you cultivate the Taoist heart? That was how it was cultivated. I heard that the dance of the Henghe boundary is very beautiful. If you don't mind, can you show it to me? The space on the floating raft was limited. It wasn't suitable for this. However, the dance of the Henghe boundary was not ballet. It didn't require a large space to run and jump. It relied more on the waist, arms, and neck. It could be performed in very small places. The two female bodhisattvas had no choice. They were now spoils of war. Unless they had the courage and self-respect to face death, these things had long been taken away from them. What was left was obedience and submission. This was something determined by the cultivation environment. The two of them didn't rush out from the void and fight for their lives. Their actions were destined from the beginning. Why don't you try two female swordsmen? They would have gone in with a white knife and come out with a red knife. If they couldn't kill the enemy, they would kill themselves. This was a different cultivation philosophy. Well, Lu Xiaoyi felt that this wasn't bad either. You have to admit that there are specializations in this field. When the two female bodhisattvas of Henghe twisted, it was as if the space was distorted. There was no need for music, and the air was rippling with some kind of ambiguous aura. This was not intentional, but a Tao tradition that could not be changed. If you asked a peacock to dance, what you would see would be endless colors. If his senior sisters danced, it would definitely be a sword dance. The kind that made the spectators feel like their heads would move at any moment. If the female cultivators of the Dharma meridian danced, it would be an ethereal longing for fairies. The snake spirits of the immemorial beast territory from the Heaven's Choice continent could also dance, but they would have goosebumps all over their bodies. Henghi Bodhisattva was different. What she brought was the most primitive desire. This was the true essence of the Buddha of joy. Every movement and every twist was to achieve this goal. Lu Xiaoyi gently clapped. Isn't this outfit too heavy? I think you guys can dance even more gracefully, more naturally. How could the two saintesses of Henghi Bodhisattva not understand the meaning behind his words? He was a cultivator of this. He knew all too well what the effects of their dance would be. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. They had done it countless times before, and it was under the gaze of many people. Now, there was only one person in front of them. It was practically an empty space. The gorgeous saris were thrown around one by one. Some were thrown on the couch, and of course, some were thrown directly at the spectators. At this time, as an audience, you must be tactful. You must pretend to be intoxicated, and you must touch and smell the fragrance. Lu Xiaoyi was of course a good audience. He really did smell it. The smell is a bit strong, and there's also a bit of curry smell. Forget it, I can't ask for too much. I'll just put up with it. The dance continued, and the atmosphere became more and more erotic. Lu Xiaoyi's gaze was mesmerized. Serving God? I'm a little curious. How do you serve God? The floating raft passed through in a straight line without any bumps. Bai Hua steered the raft, and a trace of disdain appeared in the corner of her eyes. Originally, she thought that she had met a true Daoist seed, a sharp swordsman. In the end, it turned out that he was just like this, and even worse. It had nothing to do with her. Her heart was dead, and the rest didn't matter. She came from the largest and strongest realm in the Chaos Weave, the Blue Tylan realm. The Blue Tylan realm was also an important branch of Taoism. The Blue Tylan realm sect wasn't very famous in the Chaos Weave, but it was a bit of a leader. This wasn't only because they were strong enough, but also because they had strong allies. It was because of the support from the Henghi realm that they were able to obtain a dominant position in the chaotic Chaos Weave. The price was to provide the precious cloud sky wings to the Henghi realm. Even within the Blue Tylan realm sect, there were differing opinions on whether or not to provide the Chaos Weave with this unique Daoist item. Bai Hua belonged to the faction that opposed it, but her opposition was more moderate. She was more willing to believe that the upper echelons of the sect had their own difficulties and that it was a temporary measure. Over the years, the Blue Tylan cultivators who opposed it were all suppressed. They were given the most dangerous missions, and their resources were controlled. Slowly, their voices became quieter and quieter. And because she had once been one of them, she was sent to the Henghi realm as an exchange cultivator. The purpose was very good, to improve the understanding and friendship between the two sides. In the Henghi realm, she finally saw her own heart clearly. She knew that everything she had done before was wrong. It wasn't that her opposition was wrong, but the way she opposed it was wrong. It was too mild. She should have fought with the Chaos Weave people who disguised themselves as space pirates for her home. Even though she was the ruler of the Henghi realm, she wasn't grateful to this realm at all. Instead, she hated it more and more. She buried all of this in her heart and constantly thought about what she could do. How could she escape this quagmire? In the long run, how could she have a future? She was just a piece of rotten meat that had been trampled on by others. This return home was the last time she would officially become the saint of the Henghi realm. She cherished this opportunity very much. She faintly hoped that during this process, something would happen that could save her. In the minds of normal people, she was already a perfected lord. Where in the world couldn't she come and go? But only those who were in the situation knew that even a perfected lord could sink deeper and deeper. There were too many things that she couldn't bear to part with. She couldn't truly be free. She gradually exiled herself in her heart. She could leave, but what about the Blue Tylan? What about the Chaos Weave? She who had been in the Henghi realm for a long time was very clear about the strength of this realm. She was afraid that her departure would anger some people and bring a deep blood debt to the Chaos Weave. If that was the case, how could she face the home that had raised her? She had too many misgivings. She could only treat this return as a simple return to her home. Even if the current her could completely disregard herself and leave. Without dreams, what joy was there in cultivation? Chapter 1506. This simple trip had brought her an extraordinary experience. The appearance of the space pirates was not an accident. She was the one who secretly spread the news. Otherwise, how could there be 9 space pirates in the vast void? Jiang Sheng did not mention anything about her help and took it all on himself. This was a kind of protection for her. But why would she need such protection now? Whenever she thought of the possible encounter when she returned to Heng River and became the Saintess, she wanted to end everything. However, it was easy to end her own life, but it was difficult to prevent her own sect and domain from being affected by karma. The great Buddhas of Jama Temple had reminded her of this many times on different occasions. She didn't doubt that they had the ability to do it, because in the chaotic frontier boundary, the most powerful cultivator was her master, Zhangmu Zhenjuan, who was only in the primordial spirit realm. Most of the Thailand cultivators were named after wood. When she entered the path of Tao, she chose the white birch for herself because she liked how straight it was. It would rather break than bend, loved the light, and was full of vitality. Even if it was an ordinary tree that was not as rare as a precious tree, after a forest fire, the first thing that would grow was the white birch forest. She admitted that during her growth, there was a time when she went against her original intention of choosing the white birch forest. Otherwise, she would have died in the void of the universe like those fake space pirate. But now that she understood, it was a little too late. Because she was deeply involved in it, because in the Heng River boundary, people were really biased towards her. The appearance of this swordsman made her feel very curious. The powerful killing ability, the fearless way of doing things, and the heroic spirit of looking down on the Heng River boundary. Of course, she knew that there was a sword vein orthodoxy in the universe. Although it was not in the Heng River boundary or the chaotic frontier boundary, it was only in legend. Especially in the past 100 years in the Heng River boundary, the people of Heng River boundary carefully avoided mentioning this orthodoxy in public. But in private, among the high-level cultivators, there was a silent fear of this orthodoxy. She had not integrated into the core circle of the Heng River boundary. She was afraid that she would never be able to. This had nothing to do with the level of your realm. It was only related to your surname. Although she could not come into contact with it, she could feel that there were always some small circles of local cultivators who had some guesses about it. It was as if this orthodoxy had done something to the Heng River boundary. She was too uninformed. Therefore, they could only be curious, but they had no way of finding out. There were innumerable spies around her, not just the high-ranking people of Henghe River, but also those lowly cultivators. They couldn't wait for her to make a mistake so that they could ask their master for a reward. It was a strange social structure. Originally, this was just a legend, a guess. But this time, she saw a real swordsman. At the very least, he was like this when he fought. He was cold and merciless, and he killed the 2 most outstanding cultivators of Henghe County with just 2 moves of his sword. No explanation, no hesitation, no dawdling. Her initial impression of this swordsman was very good, very good. However, what happened next caused her impression of him to plummet. In her opinion, even if the swordsman killed the remaining 2 real joyful Buddha saintesses, including herself, she would not have any complaints. Instead, she would have more respect for this legendary orthodoxy. However, he left the 2 Heng River saintesses behind. This gave her a bad premonition. What happened next was within her premonition. A lecherous maniac who did not cultivate virtue. Nothing more. In the bright universe, in the void, on a floating raft, he went to learn the ways of the joyful Buddha saintess. He did not pick the time nor the place. Was this the way the legendary swordsman did things? Boundless and licentious, those were 2 different things. Just based on this point, she was extremely disappointed in this person. Of course, she had never thought of relying on anyone to get out of her predicament. No one could help her with her problem. She only felt regretful. How could such a orthodoxy, no matter how sharp its sword was, deal with the unpredictable Heng River boundary? It only needed to send a group of saintesses. In Heng River, there were countless of such saintesses. Hopefully, this was only an isolated phenomenon among the people in the sword vein. Bai Hua focused on the raft and ignored the **** that was only separated by 2 bulkheads behind her. Before she came to the Hung River realm, she would never tolerate something like this happening right under her nose. But after 100 years in the Hung River realm, she had long become accustomed to this kind of thing and was used to it. The Jiamo temple, in fact, included any temple in Hung River. No matter which god it was, there was no difference in nature. You only need to look at the countless saintesses in each temple to know what was going on. This kind of journey was a kind of torture. Sometimes, she would wonder why they did not send a group of galactic pirates to deal with these adulterous couple. However, what made her depressed was that the raft was empty, the goods were gone, and even the galactic pirates were gone. They just left the 3 of them behind to do whatever they wanted. If it was just 3 people from Hung River, she would not even bother to think about it. However, there was a branch of Orthodox Taoism, and such a powerful swordsman, who was slowly being destroyed in the hands of these worthless saintesses of Hung River. This was no longer a cargo raft, but a floating raft, a flower raft. After several months, these cultivators didn't even leave the cabin. They were even more dedicated to their work than other cultivators who were in seclusion. They were even more addicted to their work than the elephant trunks worshipped in the temples. This swordsman was destroyed. Then one day, when the few of them were in the oneness of heaven and man in the cabin at the back, the sword cultivator naturally asked a question that did not fit the current situation. How many people in the Jiamo temple are qualified to enjoy their bodies? Of course, he did not say the exact words. It was completely flirting with a hint of jealousy, similar to the faint jealousy of a female bodhisattva who had seen countless people. However, Bai Hua suddenly realized that it was not jealousy, but intentional. After careful planning, he spied on the female bodhisattva when she ascended to nirvana. It was not that she had a habit of eavesdropping, but it was so close that she had no choice but to listen. Thinking back carefully, in the past month, the swordsman had asked many similar dirty questions. However, if one was willing to think about it carefully, one would be able to understand the real meaning behind it. For example, how many people were in the temple? How many saintess sisters were there? How many of them communicated with each other frequently? How many were qualified to offer sacrifices? Wait. When Bai Hua started to pay attention, in the following year, similar questions had spread to not only the Jiamo temple, but also to all the famous temples in the Hung River boundary. This swordsman was spying on the actual situation in the Hung River boundary. Simply put, he wanted to know how many sacrifices there were in the Hung River boundary. How many sacrifices were there in the Yuanying? The rules and principles of the boundary's great membrane? How were these sacrifices usually distributed? How were they distributed? How did they coordinate with each other? It was as if an army would attack at any time. Chapter 1507. Although Bai Hua still despised Swordsman's actions and thought that he was abusing his position for personal gain, she still felt a bit better. This was because this swordsman didn't forget his intentions even when he was in one with the heavens. She started to feel that it wasn't worth it for these 2 saintesses to accompany him for nearly 2 years. What kind of person was this? What kind of mental state did he need to be able to combine missions and entertainment so perfectly? Missions didn't forget entertainment. The purpose of entertainment was to complete the mission. How could he persevere for nearly 2 years without getting tired of it? But what he didn't know was that any man who had intercourse with the saintesses of the temple would be shown in front of the main statue of the Jiamo temple. The more times, the more fetters there would be. When the encounter really happened, even if you had all your abilities, it would still be controlled by her. You couldn't struggle, you couldn't live, and you couldn't die. Were the saintesses of the Hung River temple that easy to touch? Unless you believed in the elephant trunk god, no one could save you. Originally, when she didn't know that Swordsman was still conscious, she didn't want to care about this kind of trivial matter. He walked his own path and created his own sins. What did it have to do with her? But especially in the past year, she felt that Swordsman's intentions were becoming clearer and clearer. She felt that this person might not be completely hopeless and that there was still value in helping him. Lu Xiaoyi had been enjoying himself on the floating raft for the past few days. Logically speaking, just based on professional standards, he was much better than Lu Xiaoyi in the past. He was taking this as his legacy, so of course he would study it with all his heart. He would do his best to perfect it and enjoy it together. Even if he boasted about his rich experience and the systematic education from his previous life, it was useless if he didn't have anyone to cooperate with him. Now, he finally had two people who were willing to devote themselves wholeheartedly. A perfect infiltration of the enemy's rear to probe the situation. The information he obtained became more and more detailed. It wasn't that he wanted to do something, but that he had this first-hand information. In the future of the universe, it would be easier for him to make a preliminary judgment of unknown threats. This way, he wouldn't be confused and make mistakes when dealing with them. On this day, he was conducting a deep exploration, using an unusual method that was rarely seen. However, he did not expect that the floating raft, which had been flying steadily all this time, would suddenly make a rarely seen maneuver flight movement. It continuously rolled and drifted, almost breaking his waist. He was very angry and shouted, "Before you make a turn, you should at least remind us to hold onto the handle." This was the basic quality of a raft operator. "We don't even have insurance." Bai Hua's cold voice came from the front cabin. "There was an attack from a void beast. We discovered it too late and didn't have time to warn you." Lu Xiaoyi was skeptical. Although he was in a state of exploration, his spiritual consciousness had never missed any movement in the surrounding universe. What could the female cultivator discover that he couldn't? However, it was hard to say. After all, there were many large and small meteorites in this area. It was possible for a void beast to hide behind a meteorite and launch a sneak attack. With a leap, he appeared in the void in the blink of an eye. He expanded his spiritual consciousness and found traces of a void beast escaping in the distance. He immediately jumped up and wanted to kill this thing that ruined his mood. However, he discovered that the void beast was flying too fast. Unless he chased after it, he might not be able to catch up in a short period of time. There was no reason for him to go through so much trouble for such a small matter. If he lost contact with the floating raft, it would be a loss for the greater. He gloomily circled the surroundings a few times, but did not discover anything strange. That's not right. There was something strange. The strange thing came from the floating raft beside him. There was a faint explosion of spiritual opportunity coming from there. Lu Xiaoyi immediately returned. However, there was still some distance between them. Not to mention him, even his flying sword might not be able to stop anything. The two Dao disappearing heavenly phenomena explained everything. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the calm woman operating the raft and did not know whether to laugh or cry. "There are still several months before we reach Thailand. Aren't you a little too early?" Bai Hua did not expect this swordsman's attitude to be like this. She thought that he would be flustered and exasperated, or that he would directly attack. Fortunately, she did not fall into his trap. Her sudden attack was not in vain. "It's not early. There are also Hung River cultivators residing in the Thailand domain. Do you think you can hide your messy matters from them? In less than a month, these two saintesses will warn the Hung River cultivators of Thailand. There will be specialized people to deal with you, and this is under the condition that the joyful Buddha's divine power is insufficient in Thailand. Do you really think the Hung River saintess is so easy to touch? I have one thing to say. Leave as soon as possible. Go as far as you can. That way, you might be able to escape the Hung River sovereign god's range of perception before he can react. Otherwise, even your Taoist ancestors will not be able to save you." Lu Xiaoyi sat down beside her and said nonchalantly, "I never rely on my ancestors. I only rely on myself. You're saying that these joyful Buddha cultivators will sense it when they touch their saintess?" Bai Hua shifted her body to the side in disgust. "Yes. This is one of the many mysteries of the Hung River orthodoxy. Even I don't know all of them. In Thailand, there are several Hung River high priests residing there. They have also created avatars of the sovereign god. They can also sense it, but in terms of distance and accuracy, they are much weaker than the Hung River sovereign god. That's why I said that if you get close to Thailand within 3 months, you will definitely be discovered. Why, are you unhappy? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Of course, he knew that this woman was doing this for his own good. It was just that she was meddling in other people's business. He was such a cautious person. How could he make a mistake in this kind of matter? As for what technique he used, it was a secret technique that he learned from the sirens. It was not something that could be revealed to outsiders. For the past 2 years, he had been maintaining this state. Actually, he also wanted to see if this technique was effective. Was the mysterious orthodoxy of the Hung River more powerful? Or were the sirens more powerful? Unfortunately, it was ruined by this woman's kindness. He could not say it because he could not say it out loud. He could only thank her because she was indeed doing this for his own good, just like Jiang Sheng who had left. His divine sense was very powerful. Jiang Sheng's abnormality in a short period of time on the floating raft did not escape his senses. This was also the reason why he let this woman off. If not for this, he would have made his move before reaching Thailand. He would fool around, but he would not act recklessly. He liked to spread his seeds throughout the universe along the way. Unfortunately, his seeds were not very effective. It was also a sin brought on by himself. Bai Hua threw over a jade slip and mocked, "This is the approximate harvest of my 100 years in the Hung River. It contains the general structure of the major temples in the Heng River. I don't dare to say that it is very accurate, but it can't be wrong in general. You can compare it and see how different it is compared to your private spying." Lu Xiaoyi took it and studied it carefully. After a long time, he laughed. King B** starred, "I've worked so hard for 2 years, and all I got in return is a bunch of fake news." Chapter 1508. Bai Hua snorted. "I don't see how disappointed you are. At least you've achieved part of your goal, right? If you like the Bodhisattva so much, I can introduce you to a few Hung River Grand Priests. With their guidance, it'll be easy for you to become a saintess." Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. He didn't care what others thought of him as long as he was comfortable. "Aren't you going to talk to me about you? I think that if you continue in this state, your cultivation in this life will come to an end." Bai Hua said coldly, "My business has nothing to do with you. You should take care of yourself first. If you really enter the blue tea boundary, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape from the Hung River people." Lu Xiaoyi didn't force her. "It's best if you don't tell me. I hate trouble the most." He didn't want to enter the blue tea boundary. In fact, he didn't want to enter any of the chaos weaves. The reason he came here was because he wanted to change his direction on his long journey. A place like the chaos weaves had an inexplicable connection with the Hung River boundary. You wouldn't know who was loyal to their homeland and who was loyal to the Hung River. In such an environment, it wasn't just a test of a cultivator's strength. There was also a lot of scheming, and he was tired of this kind of deception. This wasn't a problem that could be solved quickly. This woman's heart was definitely longing for her hometown, but she lacked decisiveness in her behavior. She was overcautious and indecisive, and this was the biggest reason for her current situation. If she couldn't walk out of this situation, no one could persuade her. If she really went back to the Hung River boundary and became a saintess, then she deserved it. She didn't deserve any sympathy. The two of them continued onward in silence, gradually approaching the Chaos Weave's airspace. Lu Xiaoyi would have to find another path here, but he wouldn't travel with this woman. He was afraid that he would run into trouble that he couldn't shake off. However, he left a little too late. Perhaps he didn't expect the Hung River boundary to be so mysterious. When they were about to enter the Chaos Weaves, Lu Xiaoyi had already said goodbye to the woman. Then, 2 figures intercepted them. These 2 people were both perfected Lord Yin soul cultivators. Clearly, they were cultivators from the Upper Blue technique. Bai Hua's conversation with them also proved this point. "Senior Brother Wang, Senior Brother Lin, long time no see. How are you?" Bai Hua was a little excited. After 100 years, she was able to see her fellow disciples again. Even if they were elders that she wasn't familiar with, she was still a little excited. Senior Brother Wang didn't give her any face. It was fine at first, But now that you're back, it's not good. Tell me, what's the deal with this raft of goods and the 6 Hung River Masters? Why are you the only one who is safe and sound? Bai Hua clenched her teeth. She hadn't returned for 100 years, and the moment she returned, she was treated like this. Her heart, which had been shattered by the Hung River, had nowhere to go. Only now did she understand that a married woman was like spilled water. There was no place for her here. Senior brother Lin was relatively gentler, but there was no difference in his attitude. It's been 100 years since we last met. Little Yuanying is now a true monarch. It was worthy of celebration. But I heard that you have been greatly nurtured by the Jiumo temple at Hung River. One must think of the source when drinking water. Since you have received benefits from others, you have to repay them. Secondly, this time the goods were stolen, and the 6 Hung River Masters were all slaughtered. If you can't explain clearly, I'm afraid you won't be able to get through this. In Thailand, we have received a lot of help from the Hung River realm to have our current status. This time, we have offended the upper realm. How do you want us to explain it to the high priests? If we don't have a satisfactory answer, where will the Thailand high priest go in the future? Is it because of you that the sect's efforts of nearly 1,000 years have been ruined? Bai Hua originally had a lot of things she wanted to say, but after meeting her own fellow disciple, she forcefully swallowed them back into her stomach. She suddenly realized that she had become an outsider here, just like in the Hung River realm. When did she reach such an awkward situation? No one treated her as one of their own. She became someone who didn't believe in anyone and didn't agree with anyone. What did she do wrong? She was too lazy to explain and returned to her previous cold and hard self. This time, no one could move her. I will explain the process to the guests at Hung River. I won't implicate the sect, and of course, I won't make things difficult for you too. Lead the way. Did the 2 Thailand high priests come here to bring her back, or were they afraid that she would escape and leave a mess behind? Just as the 2 of them were about to leave with Bai Hua, senior brother Lin, who had sharp senses, suddenly exclaimed, "Who's in the floating raft? Why are you acting so sneakily? Did you do something wrong and don't dare to show your face?" Bai Hua hurriedly stopped him. "Senior brothers, please listen to me. This is a traveler we met along the way. He was injured and we don't know where he went. I was soft-hearted and brought him on the raft. It has nothing to do with the stolen goods at Hung River. Please don't complicate things." Senior brother Wang snorted. "Whether it's complicating things or not, we need to judge. It's not up to you to make the decision. Let him come out on his own. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Bai Hua wanted to stop him, but senior brother Lin had already moved her aside. "Junior sister. I can still call you junior sister now, but if you still can't differentiate between outsiders and outsiders, I'm afraid I won't be able to call you junior sister in the future. Since you don't want to make things difficult for him, then retreat to the side. Don't delay us from capturing him. Tell me honestly, this person has nothing to do with the goods at Hung River. I don't believe in this kind of nonsense." He then turned to the floating raft and shouted, "Show me your sect's communication talisman. If you delay any longer, I'll tell you that you have ulterior motives and want to make an enemy out of Blue Thailand. Do you know the consequences of making an enemy out of Blue Thailand in the Chaos Weave?" A lazy voice came from the floating raft. "Look at my communication talisman." "Fine. However, this talisman of mine isn't that good looking. Look carefully." An item slowly floated out of the raft. It didn't seem to be a threat at all. The 2 true monarchs glanced at it. It was a communication talisman in the shape of a small sword. In the Chaos Weave, there were many sects and factions that used small swords as talismans. They all had their differences and needed to be carefully examined. While the 2 of them were still using their divine senses, Bai Hua, who was behind them, turned pale with fright and cried out, "Senior brothers, be careful." Her warning was too late. Just as she said the first word, the small sword had already turned into 100 swords. Like a magic trick, it suddenly shot forward, and 10,000 swords attack. The 2 true monarchs were shocked, but fortunately, they were experienced and knew how to deal with the situation. They knew that they had encountered a sword cultivator that was extremely rare in the chaotic weaves, but their basic defensive measures were well organized. However, what they didn't expect was that when the 10,000 swords shone on them, they would turn into a river of sword chi that was at the level of 1,000,000 swords. The two true monarchs were caught off guard, and they didn't even have the chance to escape. Being in the river of swords was like being in a whirlpool of death. There was nowhere to run, no way to defend, and no way to counterattack. Junior sister, save me. This is a misunderstanding. Senior brother Wang struggled for less than 3 breaths before he and senior brother Lin were torn apart by the river of swords. Not even a drop of blood could be seen. A voice said, "Look at my communication talisman. Not only you, Blue Thailand, go and ask the Hung River region. When I led 100,000 troops to Hung River, did anyone dare to ask for my communication talisman?" These words were a bit too much. It was only 100,000 void beasts, and they weren't even his army. People who like to brag would always take things out of context, exaggerate, and be shameless. But that was nothing. Chapter 1509. Bai Hua stood there in a daze. How could she have imagined that her 2 senior brothers, who had been showing off just a moment ago, would be gone just like that? What made her sad was that she should have been angry, but she wasn't. She should have been sad, but she wasn't. Thus, she understood that it wasn't her 2 senior brothers who were distant from her, but she was distant from her sect. The current her was no longer the one who was incomparably attached to her sect. She had successfully exiled herself from her sect, and also from Heng River. Then, who was she now? She suddenly realized that there was a huge problem in her mind. Where was her but sitting? If she didn't solve this problem, she would never be able to walk out of this strange circle of isolation. They didn't offend you. They also don't pose a threat to you. Their attitude was just a bit rough. In the chaos weave, this is the style of the Thailand people. The same lazy voice came from the floating raft. I don't need them to offend me when I kill people. Threat. I'm a coward, and I like to nip threats in the bud. I don't have the mood to wait for them to grow up, or for them to move out of the family. Style. You only know the style of the Thailand people. Do you know my style? In this universe, only I can be rough with others, but others can't be rude to me. Of course, women are an exception. Yes, you can give them some privileges, but don't go too far. Bai Hua stood there, not knowing whether to leave or not. She realized that the trouble she was in was getting bigger and bigger, and it didn't seem like it could be solved by her own life. How did it become like this? It was as if after this guy appeared, everything was sliding in an unpredictable direction, and there was no way to stop it. Lu Xiaoyi sighed in his heart. He had learned a lot about this woman from the 2 raft companions. She was alone in Heng River and didn't fit in. She admired herself and disdained other people's orthodoxies. She was already very lucky that she hadn't died in Heng River. If it wasn't for the great ritual of Gama wanting to kill her in front of everyone at an important ceremony, how could she have survived until now? This kind of personality wasn't suitable for a political marriage. She couldn't even do the bare minimum of feigning civility. Of course, to a Taoist, this was a good woman, loyal to her own cultivation culture, morals, and etiquette. It was just that she was stubborn and brainless. Why aren't you leaving? Since you're not leaving, I'll say a few more words. A person must have something that he or she insists on the most. Then what is your insistence? Was it because the saintess of the Henghe realm would benefit everyone? Was he doing something against his will in the sect? Or would he rather bear the infamy for his hometown? Or should he focus on cultivation and go somewhere else? There had to be at least one, right? You want to take care of them all? Do you think you have the ability? Even the heavenly Tao could not take care of itself. The 36 children of the great Tao collapsed one by one, let alone a small cultivator in the mortal world like you. What are you worried about? Do you have the right to worry about other things? Don't think too highly of yourself. With or without you, whether this incident happened or not, Tylan would naturally be there. Even if she died, she wouldn't be able to escape. The stars continued to revolve, and humans continued to multiply. Those who needed to indulge would indulge. Those who needed to kill would kill. Those who needed to love would love. Those who needed to hate would hate. It was actually that simple. I think your problem is that you think of yourself as the deciding factor in the blue tea world. Beauty, you're thinking too much. In a place like the Hung River realm, they wouldn't make a big fuss over a woman. You're not the immortal cave. Can you go in once and be reborn? Bai Hua only felt a surge of anger. This person was really too vulgar. He didn't have the bearing of a Daoist true cultivator at all. But what he said seemed to make some sense. I just feel that everything is too messy. It's so messy that I don't know how to solve it. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Why do you want to solve it? The universe is in chaos. It's the trend. Even the heavenly Tao can't solve it. You want to solve it? What are you thinking? Chaos is normal. It would be abnormal if it wasn't. Cultivators of our generation should be sensing the time of the heavens. Adding chaos to the countless chaos, stirring up a pile of shit, is what we should be doing. Why are you so anxious? There are people who are more anxious than you. You only need to stir up as much as you can. Naturally, there will be people who will stand up and wipe your ass. You can't stop them from wiping it. They chase after you, cry and shout. Do you understand what I'm saying? Bai Hua's eyes widened. She didn't know where this twisted logic came from. The changes in the universe were not something that every cultivator and every realm could understand. Many small realms didn't participate in the struggle for power, so they didn't know the full picture. This affected their judgment of the direction of cultivation. The influence came from all sides. Bai Hua's situation might be different for others, but the only result was that it would cause a deviation in their perception and affect their behavior. This was why those large factions who thought they had some strength were unwilling to stay out of the picture. They had to play a role in this drama. If you didn't participate, how could you clearly determine the direction of the changes? In the chaotic frontier boundary, they were immersed in their own small world and small disputes. But in the Hung River boundary, they couldn't gain anything. I don't really understand. Lu Xiaoyi felt that he was worrying too much. Let's put it this way. In the list of opponents in the Hung River boundary, your chaotic frontier boundary can't even be rank. In the struggle for power in the universe, it's insignificant. I'm not looking down on you, but it's the truth. The universe was chaotic, and there were countless variables. Every orthodoxy with great ambitions would look to the future and have lofty ambitions. He wouldn't go to war just for the sake of a small profit in front of him, a small matter as insignificant as a green bean. Do you think it's possible to change their plans just because of a woman's betrayal and a raft of goods? Bai Hua finally understood a little. But the more she understood, the more she didn't know what she should do now. Originally, she wanted to come back and take one last look at her hometown. Then, she would go to the distant Hung River boundary and endure the humiliation for her hometown and sect. But now, it seemed that all of this wasn't so important. In this life, she had lived a somewhat ignorant life. She had focused on cultivation and lacked understanding of the outside world. But this didn't mean that she was stupid. She could vaguely sense something from this blabbermouth swordsman. You mean to say that because of the chaos before the end of the era, the Hung River boundary won't be too serious about the minor details in order to deal with the great changes? In other words, if the chaotic frontier wants to break free from the Hung River boundary's control, now is the best time to do so? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. He finally understood. Encouraging people to rebel was really a technical job. If he explained it simply, she wouldn't understand, but if he explained it too deeply, she would think that he was leading her into a trap. Was he encouraging people to jump into a trap? Maybe he was. But there were always traps in life that had to be jumped into. Even if you knew it was a trap, you had to jump into it. It wasn't up to you. The independence of the chaotic frontier depended on the people of the chaotic frontier. No one else could help. Chapter 15:10. Bai Hua hesitated in the air for a long time. Everything that had happened in this short period of time had completely shattered her illusions. She had no choice but to rethink and plan her own cultivation career. For a long time, she had been in this kind of isolation for the sake of the domain and her sect. Although she doubted her own choice, she could not walk out of this vicious cycle. 100 years of hesitation weighed down on her heart, resulting in today's change. It was not something that could be stirred up by a few words. It was just that these words appeared at the right time and place. Lu Xiaoyi's words woke her up from her dream. She had some thoughts in her mind. At this time, no matter how stupidly loyal she was, she could not obediently go back and listen to the interrogation of the Hung River high priests. It was clearly a dead end. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid of being splashed with dirty water after death, and all the dirty things being pinned on her. This swordsman, in just 2 short years of contact, had brought about a drastic change in her mentality that she had not experienced in 100 years. Although she did not know whether this change was good or bad, at least there was a change. Cultivation was most afraid of stagnant water, greedy and lustful, decisive and iron-blooded. Such a complex personality perfectly matched in one person. Did it seem very natural? In the end, it was just one sentence. Do as you wish, unscrupulous. This was the real swordsman, right? Her understanding of this person had been reversed several times in just 2 short years. She did not know anything else, but there was one thing that was true. This person could be trusted. I'm leaving. I'm going to find my friends from the resistance organization. In the future, I might become one of the fake pirates. Lu Xiaoyi kicked the raft fiercely and nodded. That's your business. I can't do anything about it. But I have to remind you that the protection of the cargo rafts in the Hung River will be strengthened. There might even be traps. What you're about to face will be even more difficult. You don't need me to teach you what to do you? Bai Hua bowed deeply. This person was still on the same side as them, although sometimes his words were a bit smelly. Just as he turned around and flew a few steps, a familiar voice came from behind him. Hey, you aren't the saintess of Hung River yet, are you? Wouldn't it be a pity if he didn't use all the skills he had learned? The future was difficult and precarious. I wonder if I'll be able to see tomorrow's sun. If one day you want to make up for the regret of your life, apply what you have learned, perfect your life, and find someone to discuss the mystery of joyful Buddha with, you can consider me. You have experience, you have aspirations, and you're not clingy. Once you're done, you can pick up your skirt and leave. I won't blame you. Bai Hua increased her speed, because she didn't know if staying here any longer would cause her to lose her courage. The little bit of goodwill that had just floated up disappeared without a trace. What kind of people were they? They were clearly the ones who wanted to pick up their pants and deny it, but they said it in such a righteous and considerate manner. Lu Xiaoyi watched the woman leave. He felt that his trip to the chaotic frontier boundary this time wouldn't be simple. If he wanted to pass through the boundary so easily, he wouldn't be able to get past the hurdle in his heart. He knew that he didn't have the time to wait here for a result, but at the very least, he had to stir up the waters here. He couldn't overturn Hung River boundary's dominant position here, but at the very least, he had to make them lose control of the chaotic frontier boundary. Whether or not he could do this depended on the performance of Bai Hua's 2 senior brothers. Before they came, they didn't know of Lu Xiaoyi's existence. What did this mean? It meant that the set of leg techniques he learned from Yu Ren was still very effective. The Hung River great priests couldn't sense his existence, so he had the ability to stir up the situation here. This wasn't absolute, it could also be a trap. But he believed that he would never have 100% confidence when it came to swordsmen. Should he write down Yu Ren's technique into a secret manual and pass it down? This was a problem. Not write it down. What a pity. If he did, he was afraid that people would say he was a bad influence on the dome. Should he charge the public for something he worked so hard for? Wouldn't it affect his reputation? There were so many women's organizations in the 5th ring. Would he still be able to survive if he went back? It was a pity to give up on the floating raft. It wasn't that he cared about its value, but that he wanted to bring it back to the 5th ring to find an expert to decipher the secrets of the Hung River floating raft. He didn't know much about this and was basically a layman. After leisurely wandering, he finally entered the airspace of the chaotic frontier boundary. There, he had to do two things. First, he had to reposition himself and get a clear idea of the boundary distribution of the chaotic frontier boundary. It would be best if he could find a few weak spatial walls just in case. Second, he would stay here for a few years and see if there was a chance to mess up the Hung River boundaries arrangements here. Plans were always changing. He wouldn't blindly stick to a certain belief. If he treated this trip as a trip, he would lose the purpose of a cultivation trip. There were a total of 13 realms of human cultivation in the Chaos Territory. They were gathered in a relatively narrow space. Compared to the normal realms of cultivation in the universe, the distance between the realms was shorter. The closest two realms were less than 10 days away from each other, and the furthest two realms were less than half a year away from each other. None of these realms had a heaven and earth membrane, which provided the most basic conditions for attacking each other. He was very unfamiliar with everything here. Fortunately, because of the chaos, the natives here weren't particularly vigilant against outsiders. To them, they should be more vigilant against the natives of the chaotic frontier boundary, not the passers-by. He randomly found a boundary that was pleasing to the eye and landed. The reason it was pleasing to the eye was because it was overflowing with greenery. Green represented vitality and the amount of vegetation. However, he didn't want to go down and make a cuckold out of someone. Over the years, he had made a lot of people cuckolds. Going too far was as bad as falling short. He still had to be a little more careful. His journey, or rather cultivation, was filled with aimless stops and walks. It was like a person's life without a main plot. Should there be a main plot? Everyone had their own opinions. However, to him, if a person's life was planned out, and he had to do certain things at certain times and complete certain tasks, then he felt that this kind of life was a failure. At the very least, it was boring. A person shouldn't restrict themselves too much, using grudges, family, responsibilities, and obligations to form a tight cover, then live in this cover for the rest of one's life. He liked it when there was no main plot. He could indulge himself without thinking. In his previous life, he had lived under great pressure. When he was young, he went to all kinds of preschool classes, got into a good university, found a good job, married a rich and beautiful woman, had a pair of children, and then spent his life in the flow of time. When he died, he realized that he had taken care of everything but himself. If this was the main plot, then he didn't need it. Chapter 15:11. But, to be honest, he had a main line. Was cultivation the main line? Immortality was an eternal pursuit. Was the safety of the Wuhuan and Shenyuan the main line? Even if he had completely let go of his emotions, he could not avoid coming into contact with people and matters related to this during his travels. And he really could not ignore this. Was the change of eras counted as the main line? Of course it was, because the changes of the universe would determine the changes of his small universe. His individual achievements would also be built on the foundation of a larger structure, including Shenyuan, the Wuhuan Juzian, and the main world. Being in the situation, everyone had a main line, but the key was how you treated it. Keep it on your lips all day long. Keep it in your heart. Worry in your mind. In the end, you would worry until your youth turned white, and the result would only be empty sorrow. Putting the main line far away, putting it lightly, and cherishing the present was what a good cultivator should do. It would make you less tired, less impatient. You would not fall into the trap of others just because you had to do something. When you could do it or not, when you wanted to do it or not, when you could do it or not, when you could do it or not, when you were in a state where you could advance or retreat, your tactical choices would be much more vivid. In other words, you would be standing on the side of initiative. This was the best way to participate. Lu Xiaoyi stopped in this small world called Green Wave, not to follow the footsteps of cultivation, but to enjoy the life of a mortal filled with exotic customs. After wandering in the void of the universe for dozens of years, he had also slightly calmed down his cold and hard heart that had been soaked by the cold universe. Taoism emphasized on one's actions and one's actions. There was a very deep logic in this. Empty actions would hurt oneself, and going too far was as bad as not going far enough. This was a concept of balance everywhere. He did not know how to live as a guest, but as he walked and looked, he did not look at the mountains and rivers, but the people moving in the mountains and rivers. After a few months, he had already traveled through the small world, and then left Green Wave, heading to the next world. He hoped that in this process, he could calm his heart that was gradually becoming the same as the universe, and prepare his mind for the next long journey. At the same time, he could also wait for news from Baihua or the cultivators of Hung River. Before Baihua left, he gave her a small sword. Once it was released, she would be able to find him. He also warned her that there was a time limit. After 10 years, the flying sword would not self-destruct, but would not be able to find its master. It would take about 10 years to travel through the 13 worlds. He had been living in the mortal world for a very long time, so he didn't know much about the world of cultivation. He also didn't have any way to learn about the changes in the cultivation world in the chaotic weave. He could only vaguely guess that the impact of the two true monarchs' Thailand's death would be significant. This was because in the few realms he had entered, the cultivation forces were relatively weak. Based on his perception, there were around 10 true monarchs. Thailand was able to dominate the chaos weave in such an environment and still needed the help of the Henghe realm. His strength could be imagined. He was just a general chosen from a group of dwarfs. His true strength was not that strong. For such a force, losing 2 perfected lords at once was a huge blow to their foundation. Lu Xiaoyi's ruthlessness had become a habit, but he did not know that his reckless actions often meant a lot to a small world. He wasn't sure about the situation outside the universe, but the few realms he had traveled through were very peaceful. Cultivation wars were very frequent in the chaotic weave, but this frequency was at least in the hundreds of years. It was normal for mortals to not encounter such a big change in their lives. Baihua did not contact him, and the cultivators of Hung River could not sense him. This kind of travel was very comfortable. In this comfort, he gained inspiration. It was a gift from relaxation. It also made him understand that one should look at the universe from different angles. Being in the void was one kind of angle. Being in the natural world was another kind of angle. Looking up at the starry sky was another kind of angle. In fact, there was no question of who was better. There was a misunderstanding here. When cultivators talked about how to understand the world and the universe, they often consciously or unconsciously thought that it was better for them to be in the universe. They did not know that the world was actually a part of the universe, and a very important part at that. This was because only here could the cultivation civilization be born. Could you say that the origin of the cultivation civilization was not important? As he traveled through different worlds, he suddenly became interested in the small acts of kindness that he once disdained. He no longer thought that he was a person who could do big things and gallop through the universe. He suddenly understood that when you walk in the mortal world, you should have a mortal heart. Do not do good because it is small. Now, he was starting to understand the meaning of this sentence. Even if there were obvious traces of his actions, so what? If he was deliberate now, it might become a habit in the future. When a habit is formed, it will become an instinct. This is doing good. Deliberate kindness is also kindness. Even if it was helping an elderly cross the road, even if it was helping a child find a lost toy, these were the simplest things. When you saw the wrinkled smile on the elderly's face, or the joyous laughter of the child through tears, all of it actually paid off, because there was something that truly nourished your heart. This was something that cultivators lacked the most, but it was so ordinary to mortals. It was also a kind of cultivation. He liked to drift in the universe. Now, he gradually understood that no matter where he was, he could experience the changes of the universe. The celestial phenomenon had its majesty, and the world had its mysteries. As a human cultivator, he did not really understand the land that gave birth to humans. The meaning of cultivation travel was to correct the deviation. Through experiencing many different things, he could make up for what he lacked. If he wanted to go higher, he needed to strengthen himself in different fields. Only when he reached the level of a supreme and slowly widened his vision, did he realize that the meaning of cultivation was not all about the sword. In other words, the way of the sword also included many aspects. It was not only about the Tao realm, but also about life. It was not only about the boring and cold data that could be divided by the sword light, but also the feeling of seeing a wildflower blooming by the roadside. Should swordsmanship be cold and hard forever? A sword that was infused with emotions would also have power, and it would be an unfathomable power. In this regard, he still needed to feel more, not just these few short years. Perhaps he would need to use his whole life to infuse his emotions into his sword. As long as he started, it would not be too late. This was the inspiration that relaxing gave him. Therefore, he walked slower and slower, leaving the promise of 10 years behind. Every little effort he put in, every sincere smile he received. From the beginning, he had to be deliberate to know what he could do. Now, it gradually became a habit. Simply speaking, he began to have good eyesight. Unconsciously, he was infusing his emotions into his flying sword. The indirect result was that the flying sword became faster and had more of its own conviction. Who said that emotions would affect the speed of a swordsman's sword? Chapter 15:12. When Jiang Sheng saw this terrifying swordsman, he was building a bridge for the locals in the brownstone world. It was an iron chain bridge, and under the bridge was a deep ravine that separated the villages from the town. If they wanted to go around the ravine, they would have to walk another 100 miles. To cultivators, this was nothing, but to the villages, it was extremely difficult for them to travel. Not everyone thought of building a bridge, but the existence of the deep ravine was not something ordinary people could overcome. They did not have the ability to ride the clouds, nor did they have enough engineering ability. Therefore, for a long time, there was no good way except to take a long detour. Lu Xiaoyi came here by chance and had the idea. He knew very well what a bridge like this meant to the villages. As for how to build it, it was not difficult for him. Just the 4 thick iron chains alone took him several months. He had gathered almost all the local blacksmiths. For mortals, the most difficult thing was how to put the 2 ends of the iron chains together. This was a piece of cake for him. When Jiang Sheng saw him, Lu Xiaoyi was leading a group of volunteers to lay planks on top of the iron chains. They were all made of the strongest teak. He didn't want to build a tofu slag project here, so he paid special attention to the quality. He checked every iron ring with his spiritual sense to ensure that it was sturdy and durable. Jiang Sheng heard about this person from a young cultivator when he was returning to the sect. He should be a cultivator with an unknown origin. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fix the iron chains that weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds to the 2 ends of the ravine. This time, when he came out to do some work, he happened to pass by and took a look. He did not expect that he had met this person before. Why would a supreme swordsman, who could shake the world in the surrounding universe, build a bridge here? He did not think too much. It was just for cultivation. The swordsman had killed too many people. Was he trying to find balance by benefiting the world? But this did not mean that he did not know what to do. Without saying much, he joined the group of people building the bridge. With 2 supreme cultivators, they completed the task very quickly. This was the temperament of a supreme cultivator. They did not need to be taught. Amidst the cheers of the people on both sides, the 2 cultivators tacitly left in a low-key manner. "What's the matter?" Lu Xiaoyi asked subconsciously. Jiang Sheng shook his head. "It was purely by chance. If I didn't know that someone was doing a good deed here, I wouldn't have come to take a look. I didn't expect it to be you." Lu Xiaoyi nodded. "That's good. When was the last time we met?" Jiang Sheng was a little puzzled, but he still answered truthfully, 21 years, exactly 21 years. Lu Xiaoyi heaved a long sigh of relief. People said that there was no time in the mountains, but it was the same in the world of mortals. He sighed. He had been here for such a long time. 21 years. It's time to leave. Lu Xiaoyi sighed unconsciously. It was a sigh for the passage of time, and also a self-deprecation for the shortness of life. Jiang Sheng hesitated to speak, and he was slightly hesitant. However, he still spoke in the end. "Fellow Daoist, don't you want to know about Bai Hua?" Lu Xiaoyi replied with a question. Should I know? Jiang Sheng was a little embarrassed. She was just a traveler who had coincidentally saved them once. However, you can't just pin the blame on others and think that you should save them a second time and a third time. This was not the attitude of a cultivator. However, there were some things that he had to say because it involved lives. In the past 20 years, after Bai Hua joined us to protect the wings of cloud, she relied on her familiarity with the Heng River system to intercept a few spice boats from the Heng River. Gradually, she became one of the leading figures of the protectors. Gradually, she gathered a group of like-minded people around her. However, the people of the Heng River reacted quickly and strengthened the protection of the floating rafts. Moreover, a few Heng River Grand Priests in Thailand also began to encircle us. The situation became very bad. In the past few years, many of our brothers have died. Only by relying on the vastness of the universe and the lack of a fixed residence did we reduce the frequency of our attacks. This prevented further losses. We lay low for nearly 10 years. Recently, we heard that there would be 2 floating rafts transporting spices from the Heng River. Everyone thought of making a move after a long period of silence. We planned to suddenly make a move. For this reason, we contacted the leaders of several resistance organizations and planned to gather all the resistance forces to make a big move. This time, I came back to find a few strong people who were on good terms with me to help. However, I didn't expect to meet you, fellow Daoist. Lu Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes. A very good plan. However, I see uneasiness in your eyes. Is there a reason? Jiang Sheng sighed and said, not everyone agrees with such a plan. For example, I have my reservations about it. I have intercepted the cargo rafts from the Heng River in outer space for more than 200 years. At that time, those who cooperated with me either died or were injured. I am the only one who has persevered. Does fellow Daoist know why? Without waiting for Lu Xiaoyi to reply, he continued, the reason why I can live for so long is because I have always adhered to 2 principles. 1. I never intercept the so-called cargo rafts that received the news. I only intercepted them by chance. The success rate may be very low, but I never fell into a trap. Last time, I also got the news by chance and gathered a few people for this operation. To me, this is already the biggest risk. I don't want to do it again, not to mention that the news I received was several months later. Another, I never cooperated with other resistance organizations. It's not that I don't trust others, but that I can't underestimate the wisdom of the people of Heng River. This operation has these 2 principles, so I don't agree with it. Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. But now you are recruiting people for this operation? Jiang Sheng was silent for a while before saying, I owe Bai Hua a big favor. She is also one of the organizers this time. Although I don't agree with it, I don't want her to fall into danger, so. Lu Xiaoyi understood. It might not be just a big favor. Looking at Jiang Sheng's situation, there might be feelings between a man and a woman. As for whether it started before Bai Hua went to Heng River or after she came back, it was unknown. Cultivators also had feelings. This wasn't strange. For Jiang Sheng to be able to guard the wings of cloud for 200 years, it already showed his personality. It wouldn't be strange if other things were added to it. In the chaotic frontier boundary, he found that the cultivators here were very emotional. He didn't know if it was the cultivation habits of the natives here. Even when he was in the mortal world, he also understood the Tao of infusing emotions into flying swords. It was really amazing. But he had to admit that Jiang Sheng's worries were reasonable. At the very least, Lu Xiaoyi was very clear that with the people of Heng River, they could still tolerate these so-called resistance organizations being free and unfettered for 20 years after he wiped out all the cultivators of Heng River. This was really inconceivable. For the people of Heng River, was it difficult to get rid of these people? Chapter 15:13. Then where do you think the danger would come from? Lu Xiaoyi asked. Jiang Sheng replied cautiously, if I were a person from Henghe, I would definitely find a chance to catch all of them in one fell swoop. The key is to set up a bait. Spread the news. It's best if there's a spy in one of the resistance groups. We'll kill them all once and for all. This person's mind was very clear. As expected of an old fox that could intercept 200-year-old cargo. Lu Xiaoyi asked with great interest, "Where do you think the spy would come from?" Jiang Sheng smiled bitterly, "That's right, we'll never know. The source of the information would come from a cultivator in the upper echelons of Thailand sect. How many could there be? The information that he provided before was very accurate, so we can't be sure if he's sincere in helping us, or if he's just setting a trap for us. As for our inner circle, it's even harder to determine. Our resistance groups usually don't interact with each other. Even the members of each group are secretive. For example, in the brownstone world, no one knows who my group is. This is also for safety reasons. Therefore, I can't and have no right to investigate other people. In principle, the person who made this suggestion is the most suspicious. However, this suggestion was made by many people, including by Hua. I really have no other choice. I don't really want to stand by and do nothing, but I'm also worried that there's a trap." Lu Xiaoyi sighed, "So you're kicking the ball into my court? So that I can provide you with a layer of protection?" Jiang Sheng was speechless. That's exactly what he was thinking. Because this unknown swordsman's powerful fighting ability stunned him. Originally, he thought that he would have to face the most unpredictable operation in his life. However, if he had this swordsman, his chances of success would undoubtedly increase. In the worst-case scenario, he might even have a chance to escape. Now, it seems that this swordsman might not be willing to get involved in this matter. This wasn't strange. If it was him, he wouldn't be willing either. Lu Xiaoyi sighed in his heart. He still didn't want to let him leave quietly. He was thinking further ahead. As far as he was concerned, it wouldn't be difficult to put an end to the farce of these people. So long as he made up his mind, transferred some people from the Henghe region, and made careful arrangements, then it wouldn't even take 20 years to wipe out most of these small groups. For a realm like the Henghe realm that had positioned itself as the hegemon of the universe, if they couldn't even deal with a small problem like the Chaos Weave, then what right did they have to set their sights on the universe? Why did it drag on until now? There was only one conclusion: to dig out the thorn in their side. Lu Xiaoyi. There was only one reason why they hadn't made a move on these small groups. He hadn't appeared. This also proved that at the very least, Jiang Sheng and Bai Hua were trustworthy. Otherwise, Bai Hua would have used the sword talisman to summon them, or Jiang Sheng would have released the news to lure people to surround and kill them. Should he accept this challenge? He didn't hesitate. If he was in the Henghe realm, he definitely wouldn't respond. But here, he definitely wouldn't run away. To a swordsman, recklessness was a taboo, but retreating in the face of danger was also not something to be encouraged. He really wanted to know who had set this trap for him. As time passed, the enmity between the two sides deepened, and a large part of it was because of him. Regardless of whether it was a male or a female, it seemed like he couldn't leave. It was clear that the opponent understood the swordsman's personality very well. It had already been 20 years, but they were still waiting for him. There are a few things I want to know the truth about. You need to answer truthfully. Lu Xiaoyi trusted Jiang Sheng. Although this person was cautious, he had traversed the void for 200 years, which also showed his inhuman willpower. Jiang Sheng quickly nodded. If he was willing to ask questions, then there was hope. If you know anything, I'll tell you everything. Lu Xiaoyi muttered, "Can you get help from the space pirates? You have to know that traps lose their meaning in the face of numbers. The law can't punish the masses, and the Henghe realm's punishment of the chaotic territories is limited. They can't send an army to invade." Jiang Sheng explained, "I've also considered this problem before, but it's a bit difficult. Fellow Daoist, you don't know this, but the chaotic territories space pirates have a complicated composition. They do things unrestrainedly, and most of them are small teams. Although they are ruthless, they don't have much conviction. Many of them are people who forget righteousness for the sake of profit, and they have unclear connections with the law of Thailand. Therefore, it's very difficult for them to act based on their beliefs. They only look at benefits and only talk about gains and losses. Moreover, Whether or not it's a trap is only our guess. If it's not a trap, then we might expose our plan by revealing the information to the space pirate. Among the space pirates I know, there aren't many that I can trust, and the number of helpers I can get is limited. If they don't have enough will to fight, I'm afraid that they won't have the will to fight, and instead cause the entire group to collapse. Lu Xiaoyi didn't comment. Is it possible that the sects of each realm will unite and work together? Jiang Sheng shook his head firmly. Impossible. The sects of each realm will never set up their own banner. In the recent history of the chaotic land, there had been such a feat once and twice. It was to get rid of the influence of the Hung River boundary in the chaotic land. Without exception, they had failed. After that, they had to face the endless revenge of the Hung River boundary. They also didn't attack with a large army, for fear of provoking public anger. But as long as one or two outstanding people target a sect and eliminate it, none of the 13 realms of the chaotic territories can withstand it. In the end, we're still too weak. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. The difference in strength was huge, and this was the fundamental difference, which also determined the way they acted. In the end, they couldn't be as fearless as the swordsman. In fact, even if there was the sword vein here, if there were only 3 or 2 big cats, and their foundations were exposed, they might not be able to step forward bravely. This was the result, and not something that could be decided in a moment of hot-headedness. Having made his decision, he looked straight at Jiang Sheng. I can help. This is not for justice, but for my likes and dislikes. But there's one thing, I don't care what you do, but don't tell anyone about me, anyone, understand? Jiang Sheng solemnly said, understood. Anyone, including Bai Hua. Fellow Daoist, do you think that Bai Hua also? I've known her for a long time, with her character, she definitely wouldn't. Lu Xiaoyi interrupted him. This has nothing to do with suspicions. There are too many coincidences in the world. If you know it in your heart, it may be helpful, but if you don't know it, even if you don't say it, there is a difference in your actions, and it will be noticed by people with ulterior motive. Jiang Sheng expressed his understanding. A lone traveler would rarely be willing to get involved in the affairs of a realm. Occasionally, they would appear, but they would leave after the matter was done, and their fame and reputation would be far away. If he still came out to cause trouble after staying here for 21 years, it would be irresponsible for his own life. It was already not easy for this swordsman to be willing to stand up, so he couldn't ask for too much. Chapter 15-14. In the Blue Thailand boundary, the largest cultivation sect was the Blue Thailand Upper Dharma. Due to the small size of the 13 boundaries in the chaotic land, it was difficult for 2 factions to compete for hegemony. In the end, it became a situation where one sect dominated the entire boundary. Only such a situation was the best way to deal with the continuous cultivation wars between the boundaries. Because it was united enough, it could summon 100 people at a time. The Blue Jade world was one of the bigger worlds among the 13 chaotic regions. It had a good cultivation environment and could barely be considered a superior cultivation planet. Therefore, it was not a dream for the cultivators here to cultivate to the level of supreme. The only thing they had to do was to become a sun spirit. This required more factors to support it, such as vision, orthodoxy, cultivation methods, and inheritance. If they did not really go out in the cultivation world of the universe, it would not be possible to just build a car behind closed doors. This situation also occurred in the other 12 realms. Therefore, there were many yin soul supremacies and essence soul supremacies. However, there were no young gods. This was the limit of Tao. You couldn't just cultivate behind closed doors and wander outside the mainstream of the universe. Then, one after another, top cultivators like young gods would appear. Heaven's Choice was an exception. Although they were also isolated from the mainstream of the main world, they formed their own system and had the support of Hong Mao. This was a different matter. The Blue Thailand realm had gradually been controlled by the Henghe realm since hundreds of years ago. This was an unavoidable fate. If it wasn't the Blue Thailand realm, it could have been any of the 13 realms. However, the reality was that the Henghe realm was the most successful in the Blue Thailand realm. With the support of a superlarge cultivation realm like the Henghi realm, even if they plucked a few strands of hair from its legs, it would be enough for the smaller realms and factions to expand their influence. Slowly, the Blue Tylan realm became the overlord of the Chaos Weave. This was the benefit of the Blue Tylan realm taking advantage of the situation. In the cultivation world, people had to adapt to the situation. If they blindly resisted, the other realms would rise and the Blue Tylan upper spell would struggle bitterly under the pressure of the Henghi realm. The Hung River people had always left cultivators in Tylan because they knew that even though the Tylan upper spell school was stronger than the other realms, it was far from being able to dominate the chaos border boundary and needed their support. Why did they have to work so hard to maintain this situation in the chaotic frontier sector? Their goal was the wings of the cloud. In the Henghi sector, the Henghi people still had many unknown uses for the wings of the cloud. It could greatly increase their combat power. This was very important in the chaotic future of the universe. There were a total of 4 Hung River Guardians in the Blue Tea world. They were all primordial soul-perfected lords. There were also a number of saintesses who served them. Of course, they were not called that. Internally, they were called high priests or officiators. They could also be called sorcerers. The internal order was more chaotic. It was especially difficult for outsiders who did not know the ins and outs of the Hung River Guardians to determine their realms from their titles and positions. The reason was simple. In Hung River, one's status was determined not only by one's realm but also by one's family name. Outsiders did not know these things, so they could only call them sorcerers. After all, there were only these 4 people in Blue Tea. It was hard to confuse them. 4 immortal soul stage cultivators, and their orthodoxies were a few notches better than the other realms. They were more than enough to control the chaotic territories. At the very least, even if the other realms joined forces, they might not be able to shake them. Of course, the so-called chaos in the chaotic territories was due to the countless grievances between the realms. Alliances were easier said than done. After hundreds of years of guarding the Blue Tea world, it was inevitable that the Hung River orthodoxy would spread. However, whether it was the scale or the speed of its spread, it was very limited. It was limited to a small place. This was completely different from Buddhism. It was also because of this that the local cultivation sects were able to accept them. The root of the orthodoxy's spread was the shared history and culture. There was no Hung River here and there was not enough culture. Therefore, after hundreds of years, the 4 great sorcerers of Hung River did not have many followers here. Of course, their attention was not placed here. The Hung River orthodoxy was a very strong orthodoxy. There was no orthodoxy in the Hung River realm that could pose a threat to it. However, if they walked out of the Hung River realm, it would be very difficult for others to accept them. The only exception was the joyful Buddha, which attracted some people with dark hearts and ulterior motives. Of course, the 4 archmages couldn't stay at the gates of the Blue Supreme Dharma. Even if they were staunch allies, the incompatibility of their orthodoxy made it difficult for them to coexist for long periods of time. Cultivating separately was the best way to avoid filth. The Hung River orthodoxy wasn't one that revered ascetic cultivation. Most cultivators preferred to live in a luxurious place, surrounded by crowds and virtuous men and women. This was also a part of the Hung River orthodoxy. As such, he built 4 temples in the Blue Indigo realm. The temples were filled with exotic customs, and they attracted some believers. Towards unfamiliar things, there would always be people who would blindly follow. It was normal for people to think that they were better than others. The 4 temples all had the Buddha of Freedom as the main body. In fact, it was just a more elegant name for the Buddha of Joy, but the essence was the same. It was not that the 4 high priests all came from the Jama temple, but here, the Jama temple system was the easiest to implement. To the cultivators of the Hung River temple, their distinction of Tao was very vague, unlike the Daoist sects which were so distinct. The Lin Jiao temple was such a place. It was located next to a bustling city in the Blue Tea world. There was a great sorcerer who preached here all year round. It was Master Kunal. Today, the great sorcerer was still sitting on his golden lotus platform. He sprinkled water and incense for the followers who came to pray. The lotus platform was not in the main hall, but on a high platform outside. This was also a characteristic of the Hung River orthodoxy. There were many people who came to pray. Some were sincere, but of course, there were also those who pretended to be sincere. These situations that were impossible in the Hung River realm were very common in the blue tea world. After all, the culture was different. Among the people who came, most were ordinary people. Of course, there were also daoist cultivators who came because they were curious about the orthodoxy of a foreign land. There were also those who wanted to find a breakthrough when they were close to the gate. There were all kinds of reasons. There were foundation establishment cultivators, Jindan cultivators, and even Yuanian cultivators. After all, the blue tea world did not have the great barrier of heaven and earth. They could come and go freely. There were 13 large and small domains in the chaos weave. There were bound to be people who were curious about the mysterious orthodoxy of Hung River realm. They just had to make a trip here. Who knew if they could get some unexpected hints? The concept of daoist cultivation was very core. There was no good or bad orthodoxy. If you liked it and it was suitable for you, just take it and use it. Just like today, another daoist Yuanian came to the Lin Jiao temple. He was refreshing and simple. He clasped his hands and smiled. I have something that I would like to invite the great sorcerer to appraise. Chapter 15:15. The flying swords arrived in the blink of an eye. Cunal had no room to maneuver at a distance of several hundred feet. However, his primordial soul realm instincts caused his entire body to radiate golden light in an instant. This was the power of Lord God Jomo, and also the power that triggered the fastest reaction in the temple. The flying swords entered his body, and instantly exploded with a powerful killing power. Lu Xiaoyi's Dao realm power was no longer a simple use, but a hybrid type. He combined all the Dao realm he was proficient in, and it could change at any time without any fixed number, making it even more difficult to grasp. He didn't use sword light division, because using it in the realm would cause great damage to the mortal world. Once the sword river appeared, even the nearby city would be reduced to nothing. There was no need to use the sword river at all, because the goal of the sneak attack had already been achieved. As long as the flying swords stabbed into the opponent's stomach, what difference did it make whether it was a sword river or a single sword? The battlefield was Cunal's body. One after another, flying swords pierced in at an extremely fast speed. The frequency was so fast that it formed a straight line. In the current situation, what was being tested was the skill that sword cultivators had already grasped when they were at the foundation establishment stage, explosive sword frequency. Under the guidance of the sword Dao tablet Crow ancestor, his sword frequency had reached an unimaginable frequency, and 10 swords in a breath were no problem. Under this kind of pressure, Cunal's body began to dangerously sway at the limit. Henghe River Orthodoxy's refinement of the body could be said to be abnormal. Even the mortals of Henghe River who practiced yoga often didn't eat for several months, and could withstand fire and water, let alone cultivators. The temple's grand ceremony. Cunal was currently in a deep state of sitting on a bed, which was the strongest state of Henghe River orthodoxy. To put it bluntly, it was a state of divine intercourse. Not only was his life force supported by Lord God Jomo, but he was also compensated by the 8 saintesses of the temple. Even if they weren't present, his control over them wouldn't be weakened by distance due to his long-term cultivation. All the damage was shared by the 9 of them. If it was a normal sneak attack, he could rely on them to immediately counterattack. But now was not the time. The sword vein orthodoxy with the strongest attack power in the cultivation world wasn't just for show. The perfect combination of physical damage and Dao realm damage. He couldn't take a moment to counterattack. He could only try his best to transfer the damage from the sword to the 8 saintesses who had been conjoined for a long time. In such a situation, the 8 holy maidens, no matter how far they were, could only resist by circulating their martial arts on the spot. To help his main god body, Cunal. There were saintesses who were cultivating in the temple, it was still alright, they could just sit cross-legged on the ground, their minds distant. However, there were also those who were outside. They could only sit down in the middle of the bustling city without a care in the world, assuming that embarrassing posture. The most awkward one was a saintess who was having an affair outside. She was stuck together with her adulterer. She was still fine for the time being, but that golden core adulterer was stuck between her legs, unable to free himself. His life force was about to hit rock bottom. Even before he died, he still didn't understand why this foreign lover would suddenly kill him. In what way did he offend her? He was also a ghost who had died an unjust death. Seeing that something was wrong, the surrounding believers who were praying for blessings had long dispersed. This was the best strategy for mortals in the cultivation world to deal with a fight between practitioners. No one would come to help. That was the real road to death. The best way was to run as far as possible. If the great wizard couldn't survive this, then there was no point in helping him. If he could survive this, the gods would be magnanimous. Why would they care about the cowardice of mortals? Lu Xiaoyi's attack had been at full power from the beginning to the end. The only difference was that he didn't have the space to display his marvelous sword techniques. However, his attack power didn't decrease at all. Of course, it didn't increase either. This was because his attack had been at the peak of his strength from the beginning to the end. Against a primordial soul cultivator of a great orthodoxy, he couldn't be careless. How terrifying was the Tao realm power contained in his sword? Not to mention that the flying swords were now strung together into a string. Within a few breaths, hundreds of flying swords had firmly wedged themselves into Kunal's body. His entire body had been shaken into paste. Only the Jiao divine power was still maintaining his basic form. An elephant trunk had grown out of his face, swinging left and right in pain. The 8 saintesses had died one after another. They couldn't stop the loss of Kunal's life force. He was very dispirited. Even with the Jiao divine power, he couldn't control his own death. However, Lu Xiaoyi was even more dispirited than him. Since when had his flying swords become like chopping meat with a kitchen knife? This should have been over with a single sword, but now, the elephant trunk had actually delayed things for several breaths. However, no matter how miraculous the divine power was, it still had to conform to the rules of the heavenly Tao. When the surging killing power within the flying swords wreaked havoc, Kunal's fate had already been decided. Every time he struggled, he would be suppressed by the surging power of the flying swords. This was because the battlefield was within his body. This was because all forms of retaliation needed to be prepared. However, the flying swords would always be able to find the source of his preparation and then unsymmetrically kill him. This tragedy had already been decided from the beginning of the sneak attack. Kunal couldn't be blamed for being careless. In the chaos weave, even if he was ambushed, there wouldn't be anyone who could suppress him like this. Relying on the 8 saintesses to transfer the damage to him, he could immediately free up his hands to counterattack. They also vaguely knew that a powerful Daoist had infiltrated the chaos weave 20 years ago. All of their plans after that were actually aimed at this Daoist. However, no matter how much planning they hadn't expected this person to be so audacious as to openly assassinate them. He didn't seem to care that he was alone and should have kept a low profile. After not appearing for 20 years, a large portion of the Hung River people's vigilance had been worn down. That was why they were so easily invaded and killed today. After adapting to the rhythm of the divine power within Kunal's body, the process of his death suddenly sped up. Kunal knew that he wouldn't be spared. Even Jiao couldn't give him the power to defeat this person. Thus, he gathered the last of his divine power into marking his opponent's orthodoxy. Before he died, he had to at least let the people of Hung River know who his opponent was. There were countless orthodoxies in the universe's cultivation world. Although the sword vein was rare, there were still some. He could die, but with the help of Hung River's mysterious special technique, he could use his own death to mark his opponent's origin. This was the last thing he wanted to do before he died. Unfortunately, the marking failed. There could only be one reason why the marking failed, and that was that this sword vein orthodoxy was Hung River Realm's mortal enemy. Thus, the marking couldn't be repeated. Hung River Realm didn't have any substantial conflicts with any sword vein in the universe, but they had a sword vein enemy that they considered to be the most difficult to deal with. Shenyuan. It was the Shenyuan swordsman. They had finally come to find him. How long could the secret behind the Battle of the Five Rings 100 years ago be hidden? Kunal sighed in his heart. If you want to mess around, you have to pay. How could there be an eternal secret? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.